Hello, folks. Welcome to Wednesday. What's that? Joel doesn't stream on Wednesdays. Well, I do now, at least today. I was having lunch and realized that I was going to end up playing Satisfactory this afternoon. And so I thought, well, if I'm going to play Satisfactory, I need to share it with everyone. Because I'm excited about the new base parts and some of the things that I've been able to figure out. So let's load up my latest save. I guess we have to change the name of this too. Joel is always streaming. Well, in my head, I'm always streaming. I would really like to stream more often. Like, I'd love to be able to make this like a larger leg of my work. I'm struggling to get the channel to grow, or the support to grow outside the channel. But you know, slow and steady. I'd rather have consistent, steady growth as we have been seeing. Rather than being impatient, you know. So for folks that are new to streaming, some advice: take your time, don't rush it. Yeah, and just stay consistent. I think I feel like I've been able to stream more lately, and that's been helping. I don't want to get too meta about this. Anyway, looks like we're gonna lose the light soon. So first things first. Y'all remember the building that I didn't like? It's to my right. I've made some changes to it. If you know what brutalist design is, then do yourself a favor, or if you don't know, I guess, do yourself a favor and look it up online and take a look at some of the design ideas. I can't say that all of this was entirely my idea. I definitely picked up some tips from watching Total Eclipse on YouTube and seeing the dev community highlights video from yesterday. On the Coffee Stain Studios dev Twitch page. And so I've got this now. It's not done. We're going to work on it today. But we've added these big concrete things. Now, unfortunately, it's still dark on this side, but we've added these big concrete things on either side of the door. I've pushed the window out so it has more depth to it. I've got this thing here. It serves no purpose other than just make it look cool. And I've added some red highlights on the inside, which I completely didn't realize you could do at first. But then, of course, I thought, well, of course you can. We've got triangle pieces. We can do all kinds of stuff. So that is a much better looking build with the new parts than previous, which was this kind of thing that we were working on. Also, around the front here. Oh, thanks, Cosmic. Thanks, Sandy. Appreciate that. Thanks, Dangrise. So over here, you could see my first shot. So if we get down here, we'll just extend this out. So you can see kind of like my first attempt at what we were trying to do. And then you can see the second attempt with the different shape and stuff that you can accomplish. I don't know if we're keeping that window, but I definitely want to go with like this low rounded look to it. So we're going to work on some stuff over here. We do have some limits because we've got some stuff you can see underneath. We've got some input coming in right there. So, but that doesn't look terribly permanent. So I feel like we might be able to move some things around. We've also got to think about where this is all coming in, what we're going to do here. I'm not sure why my items keep on changing. My mouse wheel must be sensitive. So we've got all that to consider, plus I went and did some stuff over on this side. I'm still not happy with the corner of the base, but so this is a much cooler shape, right? Exposed. I left the exposed foundation there because you can just delete the one wall, so it's exposed all the way around. Not happy about this, but we're kind of stuck right now because, like I said, behind here are these inputs that we have to deal with, so we have to figure out what's going on there. But then down here, thanks Cosmic, yeah, I do too. I'm really happy with it. if we go over this way, we should switch. By the way, I love in Satisfactory that you can access your inventory while you're running. You can't steer, you can't use the mouse, but you can at least run in a straight line. Minecraft, you can't do that. It stops you dead in your tracks. So I don't like it. It's too big and boring and red, but that's kind of like the general feel. I want something big like this. I think I've made it maybe too big. I don't know. We'll have to figure it out. I've wrapped it around. And it looks like we won't have to move these at all because there's a spot right there that we can just send them in. And I think that'll work out okay. We'll just have to remember to mirror that the other side. I love that you can run up these as well, which is nice. And then, of course, the big box that we were working on last time, I added another one. So now, when you look at the base from the front, it's got these two great big pieces. Now, I don't know if we're going to... if we can add more in here because the manta flies by right down this path. I've got some ideas for the shape of the control room, and these have the ability to be expanded to the left and to the right, so they don't have to be stopping here. We could push them out a little bit if we wanted to or if we needed to. And the reason why I was thinking about that is because I think I want to start to have a rule of having two foundations for walls. So like this and this are just wall, and then the factory floor would start in here. It means that things have to get super large, but that would mean that we'd lose this as well. So our factory floor would actually be kind of like in here. And I'm okay with that, but that doesn't really leave a heck of a lot. We'd have to maybe expand it to the left, I think. And that's why I'm just not sure how wide this needs to be. I think what will have to happen is we'll have to try to put some machines in it. But the height works out pretty well because we tried to do... I've got 4 floors of 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then got it all mapped out. Now this, there's not much can go up there, but that's fine. And then we also have underneath here is a place we could run belts and stuff like that. So there's been some thought. Thinking of the images you've shown of Metroplex, I can definitely see some of the shapes translated, especially with those boxes. Thanks very much. I appreciate that. So I'm gonna put something up on screen. So let's get far enough back that you can see the whole thing. Right, so there's the... We need to go up a little bit higher, I think. Can I get up on top of this? Let's try that. Oh, that worked. Oh, I don't have my jetpack on. Whoops. Right. So there's... If I use the camera and push out a little bit. Oh, that's weird. Normally your middle mouse button will delete the... There we go. So there you can see like the 2 big boxes, and we were thinking about those with this image. It's pretty famous with the toy, the Metroplex toy. A lot of the classic T1 Generation 1 stuff looks like this. There's been a lot of different versions of Metroplex. It's also hard to get him standing up in a shot because he's so big. You can see a transformer right between his legs at the very bottom of that image. It's ridiculous. It's like... Where is it? Is it that one? Yeah, like look, there's a bot at the very bottom right there. They're so tiny. I was looking up some information because I thought, why not get a little bit engrossed in it all. And Metroplex is apparently 800 meters tall. or long, I guess, depending on which way you look at it. But 800 meters is the full scale of him. So that's pretty cool, actually. And I have decided to save ourselves from popping up one image at a time, and I created a board, which is something I normally do for illustrations when I'm doing references and things like that. And so we've got this board of all kinds of Metroplex stuff that we can look at from time to time. And I like the kind of like skyscraper stuff in the top, like middle left. He does transform into like a mobile base, like an aircraft carrier type thing all the time. And a lot of them, as you'll see, are kneeling images. There's a lot of him kind of like bending down or bending a knee as he has to approach or talk to Autobots and stuff on the ground. And so one of the things I want to incorporate, you can see it on the foot on the left-hand side, the bottom left. He's got these three black or dark gray kind of like dividers that go across the top. I want to try to add some of that stuff to the roofs of these buildings that we've been adding. Oh yeah, Cosmic. He's a big lad. He's a big lad, and I want to incorporate a little bit more of the dark gray. I haven't been doing a lot of dark gray so far. We've got a lot of white and some red, and I want to do a little bit more of the dark gray. And also, I don't think you can see my cursor, unfortunately, but in the image in the middle, the big square one in the right middle, if you look right underneath his chin, there's like this hexagonal type window idea, and it looks very similar to me as to the shape of what we started with our storage room here. So we could potentially make that shape. I don't know quite how, because 45 degree angle stuff doesn't connect. We don't have walls that go 45 degrees, which is annoying. So yeah, we'll have to figure that out. We'll have to figure that out. I've also started adding lights, and I think I want to start to unlock other lights as well. I've got these nice lights here. I'm going to leave them white for now, but we might change them to different colors later on. I'm also using the plastic coated concrete, and it's a way to bring some more color into your build, because as the light bounces around in the game, you'll see that it's got some reflections up in here. I need something I can point with. How do I do that? Let's grab this for now. Yeah, so like up in here, it changes depending on how the light's bouncing around. So you get a little bit of the light blues, a little bit of the moonlight bouncing around. It's pretty cool. Yeah, that's the plastic coated concrete. So is this, I think. Yeah. I also did a test as to what that might look like in here on the factory floor. And I like it, but it needs something. We need to do some of those detail wall and floor detail lines along through here. Something that I've noticed that I wish we could do is I wish we could eyedrop colors in the game. I know you can eyedrop building material, but not colors. So I'm hoping to fix that. This is just temporary. I wanted to move some more stuff into storage or into Awesome Sync land. So let's do that. Let's see if we have any more tickets. It does give the illusion of light, and having these lights next to it is really cool too. If you get them close enough, you can sort of see the light reflecting off of the shiny. These look really cool if you make them black too. This is just like the default, but if you make them like super black, then they look pretty cool. Obviously we have a lot of moving around to do over here, and some of that is going to involve some technical reworking, like that smelting area needs to be changed and stuff like that. So we'll see. Ooh, we have a new ticket. Uh-oh, 7 tickets. What are we going to do with this massive windfall? I'm tempted for the lighting. Obviously, we don't have enough for the signs. Windowed walls. I feel like that inverted corner ramp pack is probably high on the list. What was that? 6? No, it's 5. I don't see a lot of round corners on Metroplex. I don't think we need to worry about the half pipes just yet. Maybe later. Some of his gun stuff is round, but they don't let us do round outsides. Which actually leads me to a reference to the stream title. I'm curious as to what people's thoughts are on missing features. Like, not to sound greedy, because I mean they just added a ton of new stuff to the game. But how cool would it be if we were able to do like the reverse of this, like something with a convex arc to it, right? Pyro TG, hello, welcome in. Is this a browser in the game? Oh no, this is a this is the Fix It Awesome shop. They made it look like Amazon on purpose. This is the place where you can get tickets, and you can use tickets to unlock different abilities and stuff. Not abilities, building textures, I guess. Are purchasing quantities or blueprints? It depends. Equipment, you're purchasing quantities. Parts, you're purchasing quantities. But in Foundations, you're purchasing blueprints. The ability to then build things in the future. Yeah. So inverted corner ramp pack, I think, might be high on the list. I don't think I want any of the walls just yet. These will be cool. The reinforced window, that will be something we'll probably look into, but I feel like my bang for my buck right now is probably going to be the inverted corners. Oh, thanks, Cosmic. And then let's try to get some floor patterns. Pathways, those look kind of cool. Factory zone we already have because it's gray. I think this should be black as well. I'm not worried about arrows. Factory icons? Maybe not. Dotted lines. Split lines. Center line. Those are more for paths and stuff for players. Numbers. Well, we only have 2 tickets left over, so it's, I guess that's the numbers or the arrows. Or we wait until we've got 3 more. I feel like it's either the dotted lines or the center lines. That'll maybe we'll unlock lights. Let's just get the 1 for now. So that will be cool because that will unlock it in all of our textures. So now if we look at our foundations and we go all the way down, we've now got inverted corner ramps and up corner ramps in every texture. So concrete, we've got the metal, grip metal. Now we've got the coated concrete down there. Sweet. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get to using the decals just soon. I agree. So fill those up. Got enough silica. We need plastic. And before we get going, what do we need to produce here? Got rotors. I think we need to switch back to stators. Yep. How do you make a stator? Pipes and wire. So we will switch this to stators. Those back somewhere. I need more than one drop-off bin. All this stuff. Right. Nope, not that one. This one. I need to take all of those. You're going to make stators as soon as I put in wire. I need to get to the point where we can automate this, which is I think what we're going to be doing in these next two big buildings. All of those minus that. Now thankfully these stack in 500 chunks. Grab 2 of these for me. So that's making stators now. That's good. That'll even out our supply. And then this was making circuit boards. And this was making computers. Yeah, so let's just take a stack of circuit boards, stick that over there. Trying to think of any tweaks I would like to make to some of the new base parts, but I can't think of any. So for me, it's there's 2. I was watching Yuri Marcus yesterday, and he pointed this out, that this is a really cool feature, this wall, right? But you can't run a wall underneath it. Right? So like if you wanted that on a second level, there's no wall. Like all of our walls are, they snap to the edges. So you can get a 45-degree wall, but like you're never going to be able to match it up to those, right? It's never going to be the same, because you can't put a wall in the middle of something. So there's no way to put that on top of this, right? Like it doesn't work. So that is an odd situation. And there was for me there was one other thing that I thought was missing. Oh, it's these angled walls. They do come in the different textures, but I want them in 4-meter heights. Sorry, I want them in... Wow, did not mean to put all those down there. I want them in non this texture, right? I want them in a smooth texture that's the wall texture. And then having them be one section high would be good too. So like 2 meters. Because something that I did notice, and this is an odd thing, where's my... We don't have a flat roof part either. It says it's flat, but it's not. If we go over here and we attach a roof part, flat roof. Oops. It's actually not flat. It's angled slightly. I'll see it if you back up a bit. So it's not flat. It gets much higher on this end, and it angles down this way, which makes me think, I thought this was supposed to be the edge, but maybe they're supposed to go the other way around? But that doesn't make any sense either. Because then this is the edge of your building, right? With a slight grade down that way, but that, again, that doesn't make any sense. I hope they add some sort of floor that would be truly flat. That's not just this. Because I'm not sure how I'm going to do the top of this building. But anyway, we're going to start with the top of this building, I think. So it's a little thing, it's not a big thing. So I thought that because I did half of this this building on my own, that it would be good to do the other half on stream. So we've come in from the corner. We have more parts coming up this side as well, so we've got to be careful about where things are coming in for now. It's 2 of those. And I think what we'll do is just eliminate some of this to show our line. And then on top of that was the big triangle piece. And then this gives way to the other angle piece. I find too that these look really funny next to just the square ones, so it's better a lot of the time to use a combination of triangles next to the big ones. I find it looks better. We've got some throughput issues happening as well. And then we added... Wait a minute. What is that? Oh, I remember what I did here. Right, okay. We have to be tricky with this. I also removed these because I'm lowering the height of this across the board. So the tricky thing with these is you have to put the walls in first and then the glass. These new windows are fantastic, by the way. I really like them. What did I do over there? Oh yeah, there's a window. There's a window there. I'm not sure if I'm keeping the windows, but I thought I might as well leave them in for now. Did you set out with plans for this, or is it just your approach kind of putting parts down? No, actually, I looked at the board, and I was looking at the shape of his toe openings. So I know I keep on going back to the feet, but they're such a dominant feature on Metroplex. But what I was thinking of was if you back up, let's see if I can do this quickly with the this. So it sort of looks like a squished version of the toe opening shape. So I'm hoping to try and create some sort of orange light in here or something. I haven't really gotten that far. I also need to divide this up a little bit better so that it looks a little bit nicer. We're not keeping this. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. No, 12. Oh, what's this? 360 iron per minute south. All right, let's move this. Oh, there's a ladder. Past Joel was thinking about future Joel. So I'd like to try and continue this shape as far as we can. And at a certain point, it will cut into those. So I'll have to figure it out. But when we built these, we didn't have the conveyor floor holes, so we could easily put this stuff in the factory. It doesn't have to be right there. Smart pass, Joel. Sometimes. Sometimes he does all right. I think what I need is, this looks like it's the center. Soup, please. We need the stand back and look place. Right? Much cooler looking shape. It's a little bit wonky here. I wouldn't have minded being a little bit more... Actually, no, we can maybe... Let's try something different over here. We make this symmetrical with the other triangle. I always forget that you can build so far away in this. It's 7. As wonky as that is, I think I prefer that. It's just that maybe... No. What do we think? Do we like this side better? It's a little bit more straightforward. I mean, obviously this wouldn't be there. And we'd make it so that it would work with everything. We'll try it. like the new way? Yeah, there's something. This feels like a big connection point, and this feels like a narrow connection point. I think that's my issue. Again, I'm not sure if these windows are going to stay here. We might want to do something else with the front of this, because we could lean these back as well. Well, sort of. So I like the idea of having this be like have some depth. Unfortunately, we're limited with this particular build because we only have the one bit of depth. But on the top floor, there's nothing behind this, so we could actually have it be a little cooler. So I'm wondering if this floor here, if that could be pushed back. So what if we did this on the other side here? I need to create a fast way to get up top here. Hold on. Let's just do this. A ladder here somewhere. What if these were back here? Whoa, that's a giant hole in the ground. So yeah, all this is going away. That's going away. Pretty sure all this is going away. It's going to have some details, but it's going to have, on the top of it, I think I want to have those big parts. Those triple vents, or whatever you want to call them. So I guess I need to think about this whole thing as one chunk, and then we can divide it up later. And I wish I could figure out what's causing my smelters to start up and stop again. I don't know quite what's going on. Alright. So this is the roof part. And I just realized I want to try to change something here. I have a hard time seeing the soft clearance shapes, so I'm wondering if we make this a little bit lighter. Ooh, cancel, apply. Yeah, I can see the lines on it a little bit better now. I couldn't see the details of the hologram over the bright yellow highlight. There's the glass bonk. Fun detail. So we would do... This would have this sort of section. I need to add that under 8, I guess. I should make this just wider. Yeah, I think I like that better. Plus that gives us some depth here. I still want to leave that little bit exposed where I can. So we've got... I don't know if I want to divide this up. If I do, maybe we'll divide it up with stuff hanging from the ceiling. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's 13. Yeah, the bonking on the glass is a nice touch. So I'm thinking we leave the glass here, but we'll have something along the top part to make it look kind of like partially vented or something. I'm just trying to figure out where we would do it. I feel like 1, 2, 3. Let's just grab something simple. I really like this. I want to get back in with the this coated concrete. So this one. So like here. Oh, maybe we have to go with the bigger ones. The ones that go 8 meters. A double ramp. One, two, and then this would go here. Yeah, I like the look of that better. I thought about doing this, but that would be for a different section. Maybe we need more than just 3. Maybe we need several. To the backup point. We need like an acronym for this. I'm not sure what we could call it. A back up and look point. The bulb? No, that doesn't sound good at all. It needs to be something clever. If anybody can come up with a cool acronym, and I don't care what words we use, as long as it means the same thing. So that's not bad. The other thing we need to do immediately, because it's throwing me off, is change the inside material here to concrete. I love how fast this is. Right, so right away you can kind of see what I'm going for. Right, dark inside with the white frame outside. And technically we still have windows, it's just that they're only going to be in these positions here. And I guess at that point we could go with like a that unfortunately is on the outside of that. Oh, no, we can do an inverted ramp, right? because of the soft clearance now, we can do stuff like this. I wish we could filter these to be just by material. Right now they're by shape. Oh, we can go by material. Okay. It just would be nice to have all of the material in one section. Oh. I think that plays down too. Yes, that's what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Hard to figure out, though. Hear all that noise coming from the smelters? I'm not sure if you can hear that. Who do we want? The Ralp? That's not bad. The run and look place? It needs to be easy to say. So unfortunately, maybe we just don't have any windows in the corners. Don't know if that's really what I want, though, because I want this to kind of glow a bit, and I don't know if that's... Yeah, it really... I want to put something here, but like I've talked about this before on my Minecraft channel, or my Minecraft streams, that I don't like these like geometric tangents. It's too much happening in one corner. And I don't want to put another one of those here, because that's going to be bad, right? Thanks, Cosmic. Like I said, I really kind of got a good grip on what I wanted to do with it now. Yeah, I don't like those. I don't know what we could do there. That could work. Really not sure. But it's looking way better than it did before. Like, way better. Alright, well, before we get too carried away, let's fix this side. I saw a wall texture on the video that they had going the other day. Someone, I don't know how they did it. It was one of these walls. And it was one of these walls. But there was only like one little sliver. And I'm wondering if people were like able to like delete stuff and have like stuff like that going on. But it was even smaller. It was like just a little nook. And I don't know how they did it. I don't know how they did it. I'll have to go back to the VOD and see if I can figure out what's going on. So I feel like we're gonna want a door. Maybe somewhere around there. Back up and view. Sounds a lot like butt. I'm wondering if the windows should be higher. I think I like that better. I've been treating this an awful lot like Minecraft. I've just been putting in the big sweeping basics and then going back later and adding in the details. Bev back in view. So I went looking to see if there was a new patch today, and they've actually reverted to the patch from yesterday. So I'm not sure what's going on there. Oh, I was supposed to turn those into windows, wasn't I? That, and that are meant to be the glass wall. How's the factory volume for people? Too loud? I wonder what these look like with the other windows. That could be neat. So herein lies the problem, where I want this to have a flat roof all the way back to that point there. But I don't want it to be this, right? Like I want it to be obviously a concrete. But that's not going to be white. We can't get a flat roof that's white. And if I use the flat roof pieces, this, and we zoop it, that's the aesthetic. Oh, that's somehow wrong. I guess we could point them all towards the side. Like, they both slant down, which I can't unsee it. So I don't like that as like a white roof. I don't think it's great. And so the other textures are basically just concrete. Their only other option. Right, we can do these. I can do these. I mean, some of it could be glass, I guess. I love that with the concrete foundations, you do not have to worry about their direction. And so even if I grab the lightest color, is my white, we've got white, 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 and then white, 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 white. None of which are white. This is the closest. So we're probably going to have to go with this flat concrete texture for the top of it, which is not great because it's not that white, right? We kind of want this color, this brightness. I want that across the whole thing. So that's why I think we need this kind of a thing, but in a flat floor. Or maybe not the exact texture. I don't like this texture very much. I think that this kind of a thing, though, in a flat floor. So instead of being one foundation thick, see how thick it is there, we could have it be whatever the technical width is of this wall. Right? So it would be this, but horizontal. Wait a minute. Can we... I don't think we can get those placed horizontally. I know beams allow you to do some funky stuff. I picked this up. This was another thing that I picked up. Totally not my idea. This is from Total Eclipse. But with a beam down, if a wall selected, look how many snapping points you have on a beam. Right? Compared to foundations. So like, if you had the beam at the right spot, right? You can have all kinds of stuff. That's really cool. Very handy. But I don't think we can do that vertically. And you could have like slat roofs. That would be really cool. Like a gazebo. What about those 1 meter inverted corner things? 1 meter... 1 meter inverted corners? These? You mean line them up horizontally? Bev is short and sweet. If you put a barrier down anywhere, then select a wall. Hover over the barrier and press Control. It will replace a barrier with a wall at any angle. If you put a barrier down anywhere, then select a wall. Hover over the barrier and press Control. It will replace the barrier. So I knew about the control. Like I knew about the replacement stuff. Like if I do this and then select this wall but hold down Control, it'll replace that wall. I don't think I have barriers unlocked. 1 meter inverted corner things. I was thinking about the floor. So yeah, so what would you do with the 1 meter inverted corners? I know, oh, these things. But they don't fill up the... I couldn't do the entire floor like ceiling like that. That'd be crazy. The amount of entities and stuff would just be too much. So I'm wondering if we're kind of stuck with the white top like that for now. I mean, it's going to be broken up. We're going to have some stuff up here too. Because what I want to do, for the lack of a better... Well, let's just go with this for now. It's so easy to change and so easy to build that sometimes standing around and thinking about it is your own worst enemy. So this particular one I don't want to keep as this, because this doesn't matter. We can't see the front of it anyway. Oh, I've used the wrong thing. Hold on. Control. Oh no, I used the right one, it's just the wrong color. I love that the sides of these are so nice and sleek. Very cool. Maybe we can mix and match. Maybe we can mix and match. Okay, so let's take a look at the giant toe things. I like the ones on the far left. There was also another image that I thought I had. Maybe I didn't. Maybe it didn't make it to the board. No, it must have been something I saw on Google but didn't download. Oh, never mind. Okay, I think I found it. I should add another image to that board. I see another really cool shot of him. So it looks like there's either 3 or 4, depending on designers, how they handle it. So we take a look at the top of this now. We've got material, concrete. Oop. Oh, it's just a color that I'm missing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's just quickly do a little middle. And I'm kind of thinking that these are going to be at least a foundation wide. So if we did that, let's just look at it like... Oh, can I... Nope. What are they called? Oh, you can't search by material. That's odd. I don't think these are going to be big enough. No, I kind of want to not... I don't want to do the exact same thing that I've got underneath here. I think I'd rather have it be separate. So 1, 2, space, 1, 2. No, that doesn't work. So 1, 2, space. Maybe we do 4 of them. And there's 1 space in between them? Rock Giant, thanks for coming by. See you later. Have a good one. Appreciate it. Oh wow, it's dark and low in here, isn't it? Oh, we won't be able to put a second floor in here. Just realized that. Oh, actually, that's crazy tight, but not the end of the world. Right, so I'm thinking maybe these are farther back. Oh, that doesn't work either. I guess we have to do 3 of them. Not 2. I was hoping to make them more than 1 wide. Or maybe we can change the way that they go farther up. I don't want to get rid of these these machines because they're capturing a lot of tickets for us. Well, not a lot, but it's our only ticket situation. So let's, oh, that was some crap. Anybody remember when the last autosave was? We're running into this a lot in this particular area. I think it's got something to do with the foundries. Not the foundries, the smelters. Crash report sent. Hopefully we've not lost too much time. I'm just waiting for the game to restart. Actually, this might be a good time to take a break. Might be a good time to take a break. It depends on how much time I've lost. Load. It's only 6 minutes ago. That's not terrible. That's why we have the autosave every 30 minutes. And why I'm okay with doing more building on this than I am with a lot of factory stuff, because redoing factory belt work is annoying if you lose it in a save crash. But when you, oh yeah, that's fine. We've barely lost any time. Yeah, the sun's almost down. I'll wait until it gets dark, and then I'll take a break. I think there's one more. Yeah. By the way, I found a way to zoop towards yourself easily is to start out on something like this. Trying to zoop to yourself in the air is really hard, but if you're able to do it against something, it works out quite well. Not sure how changing roof textures is going to work. We might have to change some things. And it was 13, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then I don't remember how far back we were. 1, 2, 3, probably here. So what I was thinking is that if we put 2 spaces between them, we could either make these black or we could make them white. If we make them white, it might connect better with the rest of the roof. Because the rest of the roof currently, right now I've got it having a change in incline, but I'm wondering if this will look good if we do it all the way up to here. As one piece. Not really sure. That's a lot of the same. Let's save this now. Update 5, and today is the 3rd? Yes. Yeah, I think breaking it up might be a little bit better. be a little bit better. But what I'm thinking with these is that we can do the regular scale things like this. Right? So again, looking at, it's like on the left-hand side there, the bottom left, there's like these three things, but they look like they're connected. Like there's some sort of cool thing happening along the middle of them. And you see it again on like his weapons and on like his knuckles. It's the same sort of idea. There's also some cool stuff for like his toes. There's a lot of like repeating like lines in Metroplex. But if we did this, that does give us an opportunity to do something in between them that might not look terrible. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let's get this here. Oh, we can just leave those there for now. I keep on thinking update 4 where you can't do certain things. And these also feel too low, right? Like we'd want to beef these up a bit. So I'm thinking we go in here with like, I don't think I want to go up again. I think I want to try to go with a lower, but I don't know if this is going to be not enough. Right? Because then we can come along here with 2 meters. Not that that kind of detail is really noticeable from far away. Also, it's the wrong material, but like, we can fix that later. Or I can fix it right now. You can never quite get black with it, which I find annoying. Sorry for the menu hops. Can't really quite get black. There's some sort of overlay with the way that it works. So the only time you can really get black is if you have a wall. And then if you choose black, you get black. Which, I mean, like, we could cover the whole thing in those, too, if we wanted to. I feel like I do want to go up by a second. Because then that would allow us to come in here. And if this was up by another 2 here. I love that we can completely hide these things. I'm going to be using buildings as decoration. Like non-functioning buildings are going to be great for like building detail and stuff. And then, how does it... It looks like it's got like a round part. Yeah, there's like a middle part. How could we do that? I guess we could do 2 walls next to one another. I'm not sure if that works between... Wait a minute, maybe we've just found a use for these. That's one possibility. getting dark. Why do I have no power up here? I must have deleted something by accident. Something is probably not connected. Aha. I would like to snap to you, please. How difficult is that to do? Come on. There we go. Break time. Hopefully the train is nearby. It's dark. It's not in the station. Is it coming back? We missed the Manta. One of these days I'm going to be able to get on the Manta for a break. That would be cool. It's alright. I want to take a look at that Devastator board for a bit, and so what we can do is we'll look at that while we're waiting for the train to come back. It's a very short ride. I want to say it's only like a 3-minute round trip. So it's going to be less than that for it to come back, because it's obviously not here. Break time, Manta? Yeah, that'd be fun. Alright, I'm sure we'll hear it when it comes in. So yeah, I want to try to incorporate some of the stripes. I see a lot of them. He's got these like windowed stripes on him, and I don't want to use it all the time, but I think it could be very useful. I don't know what we could use in those middle parts of that section we're adding to the front building. I do want to try to get some more depth going on. The roof is feeling very flat, so I may have to raise it up a little bit, which will work better for adding in a second floor. It feels like kind of a waste of space if we don't do it that way. I also really want to try to incorporate his weapon. Most of the time he's shown either with these giant like shoulder cannon type things, or he's got this big red gun. And I want to try to incorporate that. I'm not really sure. But yeah, I think we've made some decent progress. You can sort of see if you look at the image in the middle bottom right with the moon behind him, or I guess Cybertron. I'm not sure what it is. See how his toes glow? Like he's got this orange kind of like glow. If we put some orange lights inside the front of the thing that we just built, I think we can maybe get that to work in that kind of a way. But I need to find a way to get some of this relief detail into my build. And I need to work in a little bit of asymmetry, but I'm really looking forward to, now that I got a handle on the base parts, and now that we've got some big things happening, I think we could be good to go. Hey, look, a train. Alright, if you're new to the stream, I take a break about once every hour. I'm a little bit past that right now, so we're going to jump on the train while it's dark. I'll be back in about 5 or 7 minutes. I keep on meaning to time the train. I'm always on break. I mean, it's not a permanent loop, so I guess it doesn't really matter. I did, I forgot to mention, I added 2 smart filters, smart splitters here. So now our gas is all in one, and plastic is all in the other. These things look really cool, but I definitely need to get some depth into them. So I'm not sure if this is their permanent place. I'm gonna have to design the front of it before I decide how much is going to be, what the scale of it's going to be. Looks epic from the train. Thanks. Yeah, I took a spin the other night. I jumped on the Moon Manta and I was looking over the base now that I have the 2 big boxes in there, and it's starting to feel and look the way that I want it. Star Citizens. Yes, I've heard of Star Citizens. I've not played it though. Is that the one that's like a total like space simulator? I've wanted to try those, but I just, for whatever reason, they looked... One of the guys that does Satisfactory plays it. Is it Scan Voice? But I don't know which one he plays. I'm not sure whether it's Star Citizen or whether he plays Elite Dangerous, or... There's one that I had access to with Xbox Game Pass. I think it was Elite Dangerous. It just looks so convoluted to fly your ship. Like, I feel like it's one of those games that you'd be playing for days before you ever really get to fly around. So I'm not sure if that's really what I want. Oh, I need to go upstairs. I'd love to have a really good space MMO. I really liked WildStar before it got taken down. Star Citizens. Is Star Citizens the one that was like a group? It was a group crowdfunded. So I'm not entirely sure about that. Plus we'd have to try and match the color. Which I think I just did, but still. Another option would be to run these guys. But we only get one of them, so that doesn't really feel all that special. We could also use pillars, but the problems with the pillars is that you can't change the color of the pillar. Right? So this, you can't change the color of this. That stays that color. You cannot, I wish you could paint them. It's really, we can paint beams, but there's no painted pillars. So there's something, again, not to be greedy, but painted pillars would be nice. It would be really cool. And I don't think that's a giant ask, you know? So we're running into a scale problem where I just don't have a small enough thing to put here, right? To make that look like we want it to. So I'm not sure. Also, I think we'd need to add probably some foundations. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, I guess we could always do like the half foundation thing. Like we could use the rampway, right, to do something like this. I mean, that's terribly blocky, but you get the idea. And that wasn't super hard to do. What is another... Is there another shape we could put there? We could change the texture of this too. Like, this doesn't have to be matching. We could also do walls here if we wanted to. It breaks it up a little bit, but it's still a very odd, an odd looking thing when there's too much of this around. So I'm okay with that. Again, it's supposed to be broad strokes. Broad strokes. And I was thinking that we would probably bring this across this way. And this is, I think, where we're going to change this back. And then we can do an inverted ramp. Or I wonder if we can make it part of this structure. We can actually bring it inside. Oh, is that another roof? That's a roof piece. I need to maybe I need to do the 8 meter. Yeah. Yes, Star Citizens was a group-funded game, still in alpha after 9 years of development, and they still have a long way to go before it's full release. Yeah, well, so I mean, Satisfactory is probably what, 4 or 5 years in. Sweet Sandy says the hubby plays Elite Dangerous. What do they think, Sandy? Do they like it? Have they played Star Citizen? Like, would they compare the two? I like this new, like, chunky look that we've kind of developed. Maybe not there. So here we can do an inverted foundation. You almost have to have a separate hotbar for all this stuff. So that way that doesn't bite into the inside. Doesn't have any issues there. Let's see how this looks from a little bit farther away. I think that's not bad. Still not really keen on the roof. But again, we don't have much of a choice. I also don't know how I'm going to get extra stuff along the edge of this, because I had the room here. I had like an extra 2 or 3 foundations of space to do all this stuff, and I don't have that over here, so I'm going to have to come up with... I wanted to have a 2 foundation wide walkway around this entire build. I may have to expand this, at least in this section, because I'm going to want to put some stuff here. Alright, let's finish up this other side, I guess. Well, it might be a little bit confusing. Maybe we shouldn't do that until we have a new place for all these things to go. Like I said, been playing off and on, sometimes alone, sometimes with a group of doing stuff together. I've not tried it so know so much. Well, that's cool. That's the kind of thing I'd like to do with people. I think that would be a fun thing to do with a group. That's as far as we'll go there. I don't think we're going to be able to see this from over here. Maybe if we get up high. Yeah, I'm hoping that that's the case, Cosmic. We could also try the reflective... if we do the reflective concrete in white, it might... the reflection might make it enough... bright enough that it'll look like white anyway. See, they still feel kind of small. That's my only beef. Is that they feel kind of small. I'm tempted to make them 3 wide. It's the only thing. We could do the whole... we could make the middle... we could make them 2 wide and offset them. We have that ability. That might be the way to go. Because that would really throw off everything being on the grid. I find any time in this game that you can throw off the grid, it looks really cool. I'm happy with this shape. A little bit bland at the front, but that's why there's going to be more stuff along the sides. Because we can probably get into like... maybe some red. Or like little raised like pot mark things. You know, like little things that look like air vents. That kind of stuff. Also, I think I'm going to make that call and change these windows because these look cool. And I'm okay with all of this. And I don't know if and how and where we would have it be orange, but we'll try it somehow. So I feel like that went pretty well. Kind of like the initial sorting there. I think maybe next... oh, darn it. This is happening a lot now. There was a hitch about 45 seconds ago and I meant to save it and I got distracted. Let's put that up. Yeah, so it's getting there. I'm trying to think about... my main issue now is that I need to also consider like where we're making things. So that's going to be an issue. I think I might have to start to look at that iron building and seeing what we can do. But that'll be fun to lay out because we'll have to do the whole floor plan over again. 5 minutes ago. That's fine. I'm probably not even going to redo the stuff that we did. We need to play like Crash Bingo. What was the game that I was thinking about streaming? There's a couple of new games coming out for Xbox Game Pass. I'm probably not going to stream Forza Horizon 5 just because that's a lean back couch game for me. But I have a controller, and I like first-person shooters with a mouse. And Halo Infinite is coming out soon, so I might try to stream that. There was something else that I wanted to try to stream as well. Oh, Moon something Bay? Cosmic, I sent you a link to this game a long time ago because I thought you might like it. That's out now. I could play that. I resubbed my Xbox Game Pass for the month of November while I wait for the deals to happen. Alright. Save game. 03. Please and thank you. Alright, I think I have all of the iron in this neck of the woods belted up, but in case we don't. So I've got 3 over there, 2 over there, and a bunch over there. Is that iron there? That's 2 iron there. There's iron over there we're not using. That's fine, it's too far away. That's copper. There's 3 here, and then there's an additional... So my beacons say it's 4 iron, impure, with Mark IIs at 240 per minute. So we've not done anything to, like, push the maximum outputs. We don't have Moon Manta. We don't have power shards in these miners yet. That's fine. What I want to look at is this building right here, because this is ugly. And what I'd like to do is give myself like a border of 2 positions. So come around like this. I love that this doesn't cost us anything. I need to try to find out where my hover pad is going to come in, because using a hover pack for this would be awesome. Whoops. It's too bad you can't paint the metal walls. I feel like they've let us do a lot, but then they've also restricted a few things where you're like, really? What, I really wanted to paint those pillars, you know? Alright, so we'll do that there, and then this runs down this way. Duck. And I think I want to maintain this road. I want the edge of this to be the same. So we're going to have a much larger footprint. And unfortunately, we're going to have to try and maybe add a second floor for depth. I don't want to move this. That's going to be a pain in the butt. So I don't want to move that. I guess I could have used the door, huh? I didn't even see that there. So all of this stuff is going to be a little bit tricky. So this is going to get uglier and uglier as we remove all this stuff. And I have to think about what is coming up here. I think the other 3 are going past this. Yeah. So they're powering that other building. So I've got these 3 belts, which I believe is just 120 apiece, right? Not that we couldn't increase that. Because basically what we need to make is motors and rotors. That's rotors. So that's rods and screws. Now we've got the screws. They're happening elsewhere. But we have to make rods. And then stators don't involve steel at all. Or not steel. They don't involve iron. At least not at this stage. Some of this iron we could take on to steel, though. Because we don't have an alt recipe for that. So it might be in our best interests to beef this up. Moonglow Bay. Is that the name you meant? I had to Google it because no way I would find it in my DMs. No, I'm pretty sure that's it. It's like a pixely, voxely fishing game. I thought that could be a chill Friday night. This is 240 per minute. But it's on 2 impure, 4 impure. Okay, yeah, so that's 2 belts. These are all 120. And then these are 120 as well. So I can't overclock. There's no point in overclocking these two because they're on impure nodes. Or these 3. But we could change this one and get more out of this. Just to be sure. And that way we'll be maximizing our input there. So let's do that. Let's, do I have shards? I don't. I'm pretty sure that gets us up to 300 per minute. Looks super cute and chill. Yeah, I thought it would be more than just fishing. It feels like very much like a fishing and collecting game. I've never played one, but it appeals to me more than Stardew Valley does. So I thought I'd try to find something like that for my rotation for different games. Because there's going to be days where I'm going to want to break from both Satisfactory and Minecraft. And if I'm going to be streaming more and I want to make sure that I maintain like a variety of stuff, I have to make sure I've got different games. Shards. Also, ticket check. We have a new ticket. I think that means we have 3. So we could do ceiling lights, or we could wait for some decal work. Customizer. Transportation, not really keen on it. Arrow patterns, not really keen on it. Don't think that's a big deal. For me, it's more like the dotted lines and the pathways. Someone was talking about road barriers, and you can place them down in different positions and then replace them with walls. So that's an interesting idea too. And I think the next thing here is going to be indoor lighting. What do these cost? See, they don't require quartz for the lights anymore, which I think is really cool. I didn't realize that when we restarted. Not restarted, but when we came back to the save, I didn't realize that they had removed quartz from the light recipe, which is fantastic. It's Caterium now. It used to be quartz crystals. Alright, I guess we'll wait. I'm going to be playing for a while today, so it should be fine. And I guess we'll wait for sunset. Shards. I wanted power shards. I think I need 3. Quartz for the signs. Yeah, signs is where they put the quartz. Signs is where they put the quartz. Speaking of, it's been an hour and a half. No, 2 hours. I should check my manual input stuff over here. Looks like it's all done. So let's do more motors. It's even on stators. So that'll do some motors. I don't know why that's there. And we've got nearly 50 computers. That's good. And this probably needs more plastic and sheets, I would guess. Yep. I'm so glad we have plastic coming in automatically, even though it's not totally like auto manufacturing. At least we don't have to go very far for plastic now. Great. Speaking of inventory, how are we doing? Don't need all that cable. It's probably full. Yeah. We have lots of cable. Don't need all that paint stuff. Thanks for the host, Cosmic. Appreciate it. Glad that the folks are here that are enjoying a chill afternoon. Gonna get some extra concrete beams and extra concrete. I was listening to the devs talk about the change where they've added plates to foundation costs now, and it's only to the metal ones. If you're making concrete foundations, then it only costs concrete. It's only these ones, the fix-it foundations, that cost actual plates now, as well as concrete. Alright, so first things first, we will go add a shard to the 3 bits of... Oh, that's the wrong one! What? To this miner. Because that'll change things a lot. And this is going to get us up to 300 parts per minute, which means we got to change this. This is why I brought extra reinforced or encased beams. And we'll do Mark 4. And I think that's it as far as how far this goes. are we as far as subs go? 101. I really have to say, I really appreciate the fact that we've been able to maintain like over 100 subs for the last little while. It's been really, really cool. All right, so now we have, this is a Mark IV, but it's obviously going into a slow belt. So we've got 2 floors of smelters. I think I'm going to tear all this out and redesign it. But until we do, I'm going to use a quartz sign. 2 meter. I think that should be big enough. So we've got changing the image to iron ore. And then I'm really not terribly worried about the colors. And we'll say 300, 120, 20 per minute. Isn't that better than a beacon? Plus it doesn't gum up your radar, which is nice. That's what we've got coming in there, right? Over there, there's 240 on 2 belts. This belt is coming from another 2 miners over there. You can see that at the top of my screen there, the iron 2 times impure. And that is these 3 on the left. And so it's this one, which is 300, which is combined with 2 belts of 120. So that means we've got 540 per minute. And, oh, I forgot I've got a map now. Yeah, okay. There's something else over here too. There's like concrete, I think. Um, 540, and these do 30. Yep. I don't know that off the top of my head. 18. 2 strips of 9. That's pretty easy to handle, actually. Now, they don't all have to be in that one area, because I'm going to make this building quite large. And I think, to start, I'm going to actually copy what we did over there and have 2 identical kind of like starts to the building. But I think I don't know if I want to copy it exactly, because I don't think I have the room to do this like over here. So I might try to make it a little bit more interesting. But we have the advantage of not being hamstrung by the inside. We can actually change this to be the way that we want it to be. And I just need to know where I started. So yeah, I gave myself an extra foundation. So nothing is built on the white over there. It's all on the yellow. So how cool would this be if we removed all of this and just had this go all the way down? Jax Adox, it is Satisfactory. That's what the category says on Twitch. It's a factory building game. If you do Bank Satisfactory in chat, you'll get a link to the website. We're currently playing on the experimental update 5, which just came out a week ago. And 1, 2, 3, and then that's 4th. Cosmic, I haven't been paying attention. Have we been experiencing a lot of new tracks today? I feel like it's just been the same music over and over again. Whoops. The zooping feature, man, it is life-changing. Don't you wish you could build that fast in Minecraft? It's very similar to Factorio, except for there's not a lot of things that are not anything that will attack you at your base on its own. You can have things attack you, but usually you have to go out looking for trouble. That to be a thing. Why? So hard to clip. There we go. Alright, then this goes the other way around. And I want to say that was... We'll double check it. I want to say it was a total of 15? Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 15 to the corner where it goes underneath. I've never played Ark Survival, but I know generally what it looks for, where it looks like. That was a flying manta. Technically the game calls it a moth, but we call it the moon manta here on the channel just because it looks kind of like a manta ray. If you got time later, in my last stream, we jumped on top of it and we rode it around. It was pretty fun. We'll try to do it again today if I can. So again, we'll do... Count this out just to make sure. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Turns out I know what I'm doing. It's always a positive. Oops. So hopefully, because of having this floor in here, we'll be able to do a little bit of a better design and try to figure out how we can make this work for having smelters on the second floor. Because 3 foundations is kind of what you need for smelters. And we currently don't have that much room on that other build. Yeah, don't worry, Jax. It'll get fixed. So it might be a case where we have to add some height to this later on. Or I could just say, forget it, and we'll just have a high ceiling in this particular build. Oh, right. These don't go there, do they? They go back a bit. Oops. I do wish that sometimes it would default to the default mode rather than defaulting to the zoop thing. So let's get rid of this part here for now. I don't think this is going to affect much on the second floor. No, there's nothing here. Okay. Man, this is going to look so much better. Oh, thanks, Jax. I think we did this. You know, that's actually not bad. That might be kind of a fun... What if we did this as a test? See which one we like better. I've been saying I wanted to get more detail into things. Maybe. Maybe. Alright, now we've got some power. That's going to be an issue. We're going to have to figure out how to move that around. Rearranging power is something I am not looking forward to. It's not hard, it's just... It can be a little convoluted. So the question is, can we get... a design that works where we can fit in smelters on the next floor. And it looks like they'll get cut off if we do the same thing we did on the other side. So rather than having stuff come up here to the second floor, I think I'm going to try to fit all the smelters on the bottom because we need 18. And right now, there's only 8 in there. And we can totally fit 18. Oh, save complete. I'm glad there was not a save. I'm going to save the game again anyway. The auto saves are starting to give me a little bit of a flashback to the crashes. Satisfactory player extraordinaire does not build boxes. Well, they're like semi-boxes. It's a long way to go to grab that piece. Might as well grab the middle while we're thinking about it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's the middle there. What is it? So they've changed this. These used to be 2 different colors. And now they're just the one color. That's good. Because before you'd have like the main middle color and then this outside would be like whatever the secondary color was, but now they're all the same. Okay, that's going in there. And now I've got to remember this other pattern. And I think we had concrete. Probably the shiny stuff. Oops. I was debating as to whether this would look better with concrete wall. I don't know. I'm not sure if I like the whole concrete combo. Obviously, we're going to fix that. All right, time for this to go. So the only thing that we have to consider here is the output, which is a good chunk of these need to go to our other facilities here, which are making things for us. So I don't want to mess with that too much. I mean, we're going to have to delete it, but we're going to have to maintain, looks like, 180. And we might be overproducing these. So that is a thing where we might be able to... It looks like these are just going to storage. So we could probably remove one of these and be okay. I'm not sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm not sure why I chose 6. Probably because it's an easy number to divide by 50. Oh, and they're at 4.5. Yeah, we'll have to just rebalance this. That's not a big deal. Oh, the over here? The white and like the sheet metal? Yeah, it's a cool contrast. I don't know if I'll keep it, but... This is the issue here. So I think what we're going to end up doing is probably getting rid of the second floor. And that, unfortunately, I think is what's fueling our rods. So we're going to have a major slowdown in production here for a bit as I delete this stuff. But I think at this point, it's probably best to just remove it all and start from scratch. So I'll start with this. First of all, inventory woes. Let's before you delete stuff, it's always a good idea to just store as much as you can, because you just end up with so much garbage in your inventory. This was all made before smart splitters, so like we can do a lot of cool stuff now. We'll try to maintain that output as well. See how I avoided the accidental hypertube there, Cosmic? I heard it coming. Worth it in the end, yeah, I agree. Because I like the inside of our other factory, all the screws and the rods. A lot of constructors, but it's really cool looking. We could even max out the other miner. Gosh, there's a lot of stuff. And rather than binning all this and destroying it, I think what I should do is I should build a something that'll send this into the... do I have enough to do it? I might. I just need like a bin and a merger. So we'll actually hook ourselves up with a garbage bin up this way. So like ingots, or I can just send it all to tickets. So we can go down here now. Same process. We'll put down a couple of temporary bins. Oh, nighttime. Should take a break. See if the train is around. I don't think we're gonna make the Manta. It's too fast. I see it coming. Yeah, there's no way. Hopefully the train is around. Looks like it's coming in. Oh, I left my... Yep, train's coming. I left my Blade Runners in the chests. That's right, the train should stop long enough that we should be able to jump on it. So as per usual, I take that break about once an hour, and it is about that time. So I'm going to step away for a few minutes. We're going to ride the break train, and we'll be back with more Satisfactory in just a bit. Alright, back again. Hope the views from the train were to your liking. Of the big boxes. Thank you, Cosmic. I sent you a DM over the break, Cosmic, just FYI. Oh, Moon Manta, somewhere. There it is. Oh, that's a cool shot. I wish I was faster with the screenshots. Unfortunately, the in-game screenshots, I don't know where they go in the experimental version. I can't find them. So I have to use the Windows screen capture, and it's a horribly convoluted process, and I can't do it like on a whim to capture cool stuff. Maybe I'll clip that later. Alright, back to the dismantling of things. Also, PW Jones, yes, I'm aware of the scoot and jump thing. Similar to Minecraft, you can run around and jump all the time and move faster, but I find it terrible as a viewer, so I don't do it myself. I'm content to kind of walk around. I'm pretty chill. This is a game that takes a long time to do just about anything, so I'm never too worried about like rushing. The few seconds that I make up does not make up for the constant up and down bouncing on the camera for people watching the VOD, so I just don't bother with it. Same with Minecraft. I just walk around in Minecraft. I don't jump. I'll fly. I will absolutely use my elytra, but I won't jump around all the time. Careful not to remove any of the signs or the lifts. Just these bits there. And I guess we can just remove those for now. I have to remember the main purpose of all of these front factories are just to get stuff for my inventory. So it's not overly complicated. Although we do eventually have to get into some base, some tier 7 and 8 space elevator parts. I still find it unnerving that on some of the dismantle selections they don't give you a highlight. You just have to kind of trust that you're dismantling the thing that's right in front of you. Don't need the ladder. All this power is coming into this pole, so we'll leave that there for now. Unfortunately, wait a minute. I have to think about all of this stuff over here is pulling power, I think, out of one power line. It looks like it's all one power line. And it's that one. And I don't know where that one gets its power from. I would say probably right here, if I was to guess. Yeah. Okay. So where are you connected to? Oh, I'm out of gas. Crap, that was close. I meant to grab more gas when I was over the train station. I completely forgot. Alright, we'll wait on dismantling any power stuff, I guess. Okay, so you're along the ceiling there. Okay. That's fine. So grab that. Grab that. Hello, how's the Transformer build going? Very cool, actually. We've made a lot of changes. We've got these two things, which are kind of like the chest plates for Metroplex, and then we've done a lot of building over here too. But here, you can sort of see, if I pop up our board, you can sort of see his big chest pieces. I've got some detail work to figure out yet, but so far, we're having a lot of fun with it. And welcome in, Simple Minded. How'd you find the stream, if you don't mind me asking? I think we're good for parts. We just need gas. So I'm tempted to expand this to the left. They might look a little bit... I'm not sure. It's going to be hard to decide. We also could just put a different... We don't have to expand the actual building. We could also just make a different building attached to it. Because, like, on this whole board thing, he's got, like, other things. He's got shoulders and rockets and all kinds of cool stuff. So we could put something, like, attached to the side of this and not have it touch the ground. We could have it be, like, in the air. That could be very cool. I just thought about that now, actually. What if we had something like here and then something in the air that extended forward like this? That could be really cool. I don't think I need this anymore. They still haven't fixed the fact that you can't paint the pipes and other things. It's terribly convoluted the way that they did the custom paint stuff. I think... Do I have a ladder? I guess I did need to go up the stairs. No, it's in my hotbar. So none of this is connected to anything, right? No. Oh, we're starting to leave little packages. Just to free up a little bit of space. Right. I need a switch. Because that's the right level, I think. Yes. I just don't need any of this. I was lurking yesterday, like the idea you had, was wondering between streams, you suddenly appeared on my recommended list of probably my search for Satisfactory content, playing myself. Oh, very cool. How long have you been playing? Alright, I feel like this could be simplified greatly. Is it me or there's like smelter tops? Textures right there. Huh. That's odd. $590 hours. Okay, so we've been in it about the same. My other save. This is. Where are we with this? This is save the game. Metroplex. We're at 147 on this save, but I've got 600 on the other save, I think. And then if you factor in my starting the first time I played, I probably have 800 hours, maybe. This is slow, huh? Let's beef this up a bit. Odd graphical glitch, yeah. I might, oh, that's the autosave. I might save this and quit and relog. Not to the, I'll just go to the load screen, just to make sure, because I got a funny feeling that if we start building stuff in here, it's going to be problematic. But what I'll do for simplicity's sake, though, is just run this over here. Moon Manta Flyby. I feel like Satisfactory Bingo could be very fun. Now this goes somewheres. I don't remember where. This might be powering our lights down below. I don't remember. Fulmer subscribing at Tier 1 for 9 months, unlocking my favorite Keystone badge, the Fire Keystone. Thanks so much, Fulmer. It's great to have you here. Thanks for supporting the content. And for folks in the chat wondering if you'd like to join the Discord, you can do that with a Prime Gaming Tier 1 sub or joining the Patreon. All of those places lead you to the Discord that has like 100 plus people in it. Pretty cool spot, if I do say so myself. So I'm not sure about this road. I think we might keep it. But one of the things I could not do in the other building was have some depth to the door. So I'm going to try and do that here. And I liked what I did over on this one. So I'm going to try to not have that happen again. I think having the doors in the same spot would make sense. And then, so this one is like, it kind of juts out a bit, but I like the whole like angled bit with the light, and then the automatic door here with the metal plating looks kind of cool. So let's try that on the front. Unfortunately, I'm not sure how that's going to work because we've got, it's an odd, to do those automatic doors, it's unfortunate that they don't travel up. The problem with them going side to side, which is again something that I would say is constructive feedback, is it's cool that they've got automatic doors, and it's great if you use them in a situation like this. Like if I grab a door here, right, I can go there, there, even go too high. Although, so the sensors don't read you too high, so that's a problem, right? But if we come up to these, only the bottom one opens, right? Which is not ideal. But then also, this build is centered on this one block, and so we can't have one that's 3 wide. But if you made them retract vertically, you couldn't stack them, but you can't stack them now. So The only way you can do it and have it look cool is you have to have them stay open, right? So we'd have to do this here. And then you can actually hit E. And so always open mode. So you have to try to kind of come up on this like this. So they'll stay open like that. And that's the only way to do it, which is fine. I don't mind that they stay open. But that's the only way to do it. But this door over here, I want to do some recessed type stuff. And that means adding a little bit extra designs. So we'll do another one of those doors. That way. I had one of these. And then I had one of these. Oh, that sticks out. Right one? Oh, that sucks. Okay, change of plan. We'll have to do one of the foundations, I guess. That's annoying. Yeah, why does that... Oh, I guess it's because we have that change in shape. Oh, wait a minute, it might not matter. Hold on. Nah, it only matters if we remove this. Or only doesn't matter if we remove that part. And that looks awful, so we're not going to do that. So we'll do concrete, I guess. Maybe we'll do the polished concrete. So here we've got it all black on both sides. And we could do that. I'm trying to get some of this kind of built into the design where we can. I think we might have to... oh. I wonder if I like that better. Do we prefer the shiny bits on the ends? Or do we like the matte? The matte's kind of cool, isn't it? What's a double ramp? I want this. Oh, I think I like that better. It's the wrong button. Yep. Yep, I like that better. Just to answer your question. Yeah, sometimes those are rhetorical. Sometimes it's like, I'm asking, but I'm not asking at the same time. It's it's a streamer thing. It's the thinking, it's the thinking out loud bit. I don't think that's gonna stay there. Oh, I don't remember doing that. So this will have to be a inverted ramp. So that's cool. I think I might prefer in this particular section that these would be walls. We're going to test it. And then these ones. What do we think looks better? I mean, obviously that fights, which is unfortunate. The problem I have with this is that you've got this fighting here, and it also, this white border feels strange to me. To fix the double door system is to have an extra small foundation height just as the doors or a low ramp up to it. Oh, so you just have to be a little bit higher. Well, hopefully they'll fix it in feedback. Like, I would think that a double door height is something that they should maybe address for the game design, not make players make ramps. But that's smart in the meantime. How's the new multi-tool? Do you need to craft it? No, you just have to unlock it. The the customizer, it's an ability of the multi-tool, so it's the same thing that you use to build. It's this little gadget right here. Actually, I wonder if they fixed the... They fixed this? Nope, still floats. But yeah, I think I like this better. So that means we don't need these. Unless they look good on the inside, but not on the outside. Which is a possibility. Ah, we have more fighting inside. So this is what we couldn't do at this door over here because didn't have a lot of room. Because I think on the inside of this I have like an extra layer. Oh no. It's this one that I had extra layers. Last but not least, we need light. And so we will add a power thing for that now. So we know to hook it up later. So what I was thinking is that we could have a secondary design inside, and that could allow us to do things like this. And just to kind of have it look cooler. And then we could hide the power if we wanted to. Or we just have another light and have the power hidden somewhere else. Anyway, that gives us 1, 2, 3, 4 lots. Never mind. This is a massive building. I was just like, how much space do we have? A lot. That's fine. Let's go with some red. Nope, cancel red. don't think that lines up with the center of that. I think the center of that is off by a bit, which is fine. Shouldn't be. Yeah, that's a different spot. Happy that you don't have to collect stuff to make colors. No, you don't. It's really cool. Like, you can just change materials. This is a cool thing too, being able to just like change that into concrete and then change it back into walls. It's super fast. It makes sense. I mean, you're playing in a game that has an inflatable pocket dimension, so I feel like it makes a lot of sense. Right. I need to figure out where we did that. These were on the yellow. And let's move this. I'm going to have to start being a lot more organized with my power soon. Oh, come on. They fixed the snapping on one thing in patches, and then they did not fix it in another. That sign's going to be in the way. Um, 300, 120, 120. I feel like you should be able to click on the swatch. Clicking on the select colors is a weird button. Okay. This goes... I guess it doesn't matter. We're so far away from the other wall that we can't eyedrop pick stuff. It's pretty funny. So this lines up with this, kind of nice, isn't it? The hitbox for these needs work. And what did we do? It was concrete, wasn't it? Flower petals for days. So the flower petals are still used. You use for patterns. So if you wanted to put like factory patterns, no, you can't see it out here, but if you wanted to put like this kind of stuff, see how it uses up your paint canisters? So there's still a use for the flowers for putting like paint on the floor. But it's only for that stuff, which is good. It's far, you're going to be doing that far less than you're going to be doing any building painting. Building painting is far, greater a resource hog than just painting the lines on the road. Did I do that right? Wrong button. Yeah, I did. I put it below that. It's a nice clean corner. And then we decided that it was better to have the stuff here, I guess. Lights. Power. Cool. That feels way more seamless. I don't know about this now that it's broken up. I don't know about the whole metal panel thing here, but accidental scanning. Nice. That's a cool emote, the red block heart Fulmers. I like that. I need to get my other emotes sorted. I believe these need to change. Yes. Don't know if we need stuff in there, but I like the stockier feel to the inside of this already. So the other thing we need to do is work on the front here, and that is going to allow me to I think we have enough depth here that this gate is going to be okay here, but I want to have some depth happening on the inside here as well. Keep on forgetting that we can remove these first. So this will allow us some depth in this door if we want to have some detail, which could be kind of cool. And then along here, probably go with the upside down ramps. Wrong thing. Now there'll be a ceiling along here that might help us with this, but I think that helps a lot. It still gives us some stuff in the walls to use for moving things around, for getting parts and stuff out there. So what we might end up doing is bringing these up a little bit farther along and bringing them into the factory here. Because I've got a funny feeling what I'm going to want to do is have like walls here. Not sure, but possibly, because that'll allow us to bring some stuff in cleanly. I was thinking about having this be like more of a see the belts everywhere, but I'm having so much fun with the designs that I think I might sacrifice a little bit of belt spaghetti and have a little bit more going on in terms of just tight designs. And we'll leave some gate walls in here just so we can jump in when we need to. Oh, there's no coated concrete gate wall. They don't have the third option there. Oh, of course, because there's no coated concrete wall. It's just concrete wall. Right. Get confused. It's Steven ESC's. That's where I've seen it before, Fulmers. Jeez. I'm embarrassed I didn't see that. Do you have follower emotes now, or do you already have them? I have them unlocked. Cosmic, I've not had time. I say I'd not had time. I've not taken the time to design them. That was one thought today, was potentially streaming some art, but the Satisfactory bug bit me. I hope folks are enjoying the chill stream. If you'd like to share it with friends, you can share the tweet on Twitter. It's at Joel Duggan, or you can just text someone and say like, hey, Joel's doing cool stuff live. You should come hang out. So I do like sometimes having some depth here, so I wonder if we can maybe get away with having some of the pillars around the inside. It could be kind of cool. I'm not sure how dark I want it inside. That's the only thing. We needed 18 of those 18 of those smelters, right? Yeah. So first things first, let's... Do you want to do coated concrete? Let's do coated concrete. And let's do this quickly. Oh, I'm out of plastic. They need a little bit better visual feedback for that, I think. Another ticket. That moves us up to 4, I think. Also new hype. Oh, are there new hype train emotes? What are the new hype train emotes? I didn't know that. 4 tickets. I feel like we were saving up for 6. Indoor lighting is 3. Walls, 6 for window walls. Don't care about hypertubes right now. Less worried about the half pipes. Barrier. I might pick that up because someone said there were some neat tricks you could do with the barrier. Customizer. Dotted lines was the 4-pack. Oh, are they like little wolves? Or is that from Wolf Machina's stream? Wasn't sure about the follower emotes. Twitch just released them to more affiliates and partners yesterday. Oh yeah, I think I've had them for a while. Oh, they're like little goofy cartoon dogs and stuff? That's cool. Numbers are not of interest. Dotted lines, I think, are some of them. I think I'll just wait until we are working on like truck routes and stuff, and then we'll maybe grab some of that stuff as we get there. I went all the way up there. I need plastic, among other things. And how are these things doing? I don't want to be running back and forth all day, but 50 more motors. That's good. So I feel like we're kind of stocked up to the point now where we're pretty even on those. Ow. Another 200 of those. which means we probably have another 20 computers? 13 computers. What's missing here? Plastic. Yeah, those hype train emotes are cool. I don't remember painting that black. I must have pressed it by accident sometime. Alright, so now we can get to, I guess, laying out the production floor once we change the setting in here. What do these look like if they're red? Interesting. Not to make everybody crazy dizzy. And then we'll grab the red color and make center again. Oh, I got that wrong. So that's just default. Doesn't have to be default. We can lighten it up a bit, which is cool. Missed a couple, obviously. So now that I've painted those two foundations, if I change the material, does it keep the color? Doesn't. That's annoying. But I can sort of see why they maybe did that. I'm getting Minecraft deja vu as you're clearing out big areas. Okay. So we need to do 9 smelters. Now they're all coming on 3 separate lines. 300, 120, and 120. 9 times 30 is 270. So we could try to combine them. If we split the 300 and then merge that with each one of those, then we could have 2 belts of 270. And that would do each of the 9 smelters. The question is, how do we want to arrange 9 smelters? We could certainly fit quite a few this way. Leave ourselves a good foundation for design purposes. And then 2, 3, 4. Oops. Wow, that went on top of me. That's hilarious. Oh, this is going to be a pain. Whoops. Right. Constant. We should have maybe waited. Painted all the stuff later. Because there's going to be more iron coming in here. So I feel like if we have the ability to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh man, yeah, we can totally just fit 9 this way. We still have a little bit of a buffer. And as long as they fit, got lots of room. I don't think they'll fit in the half. I think they'll end up being a little crammed. Yeah. mean, 18, we could divide it by 3 and do 3 rows of 6. Provided that there could be more iron coming in. What are these? These are impure. The only other iron I have is going to be from over there for this side. Because that is going through to the other side. I don't know how many... Can't remember how much iron I need over here. Smeltery hats are the... Fashion... Oh, I forgot to save and reset the... Do we have those floating things still? No, looks like they've gone. Yeah, the autosave catches me out too. Pretty sure we've got 24 smelters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we've got 24 smelters. That's 720. And I think it's got more than enough coming in. Oh, I have to get into the wall to see it. 120, 120, and 120. So that's 360. And then the other 360 is probably coming from over here. So that's the 720 for this. So there's no point in sending more iron over here because these are all set to do exactly what these two are doing. And these are 2 impure and 2 normal. But those haven't been overclocked. We set this all up before we had the ability to belt and overclock things. And I'd rather use the room in there for smelting copper on the second floor. Oh, the smelter hat. I got it. I got it now. I love in the shadow, the only thing that has a shadow is the Blade Runners. See my feet? There's no person shadow, it's just ghost Blade Runners. There's a lot of stuff that you miss with the lighting in the game, unfortunately. You don't see stuff like this until the sun is shining right on it. So, do we sacrifice the symmetrical inside? Because we could do this and still have enough room for all kinds of stuff. I think. 2, 3, 4. Oh. So there's not a lot of room here. Unless we get rid of these pillars. I do kind of like them. But that's not to say that we couldn't have the wall slant down. The basic purpose of having this wall being this deep was to give 2 different colors inside and out. We want a different material in here. then we can do that. Because we could totally do 3 rows of 6. And... oh, but then how would we feed it? We'd have to run it down that way. The, for walls, the coated concrete looks so much better than the concrete wall, but these are so thick, you know, like you can't... I hope they give us coated concrete walls, because that would be epic. So what have we come up with today? We've come up with like angled, shorter angled 2-meter walls, flat walls, like ceiling walls or floor walls, which neither are walls, but floor and ceiling pieces versus just platforms that match the wall textures or the wall colors. Oh, it's nighttime. Did that hour go by that fast? I wasn't even paying attention. Yeah, I don't cast a shadow. See? It's like when you go through a hypertube and the blade runners are not attached to your feet. They kind of like drag behind you. It's like the model detaches from the player. It's weird. I think the train's on its way back, so that's good. If you're new to the stream, as I think some of you are, I take a break about once an hour. In Minecraft, I time it specifically on the hour, but in Satisfactory, I time it with the night because it can be hard to see in the game without a number of lights around. So we've been jumping on the break train today and exploring around the corner there during those breaks. But it just gives me an opportunity to get up from the computer, stretch, you know, be an adult. Hashtag. Yeah, the coated concrete is nice. I wish that we had that in walls. I'm not sure how to submit all those ideas to the Q&A site, though. Like, is it one post per addition idea? Because that seems kind of, like, needy. I feel like I would be talking a lot, you know? Simple Minded says a free train ride is always welcome. Well, you're in luck. Also, can we quickly do this? Oversight. Alright, I'll be back in just a little bit. Let's look this way for change. Give me just a few. Oh, wow. Being hung over the side of the train this way is trippy. Yee. I'm not even going to touch anything until we get back over the platform. Too much stuff in my inventory to worry about that. No, thanks. Geronimo. I'm glad we don't get run over when we jump out of the train like that. I'm surprised there's not more momentum. You know, like there's not more of a toss when you get out of the train. Oh, we've got iron here too. We could totally bring all of this up there too. Well, no, this is probably going to go into steel. It's probably going to go into steel. I think I'm going to move the steel into this building here. This just great big thing. Do I have shards? Kind of feel like I should. I know we've got the perfect amount. What's that other one doing? That other one is sending 120. Sorry, let's use full words so people know what I'm talking about. There's another miner over here that's a normal miner that's going to be worth putting 3 shards in to get 300 out of it. But it would only give us 280 because the other 120 is going the other way. And so that's another 7 smelters. It's an odd number. No. That won't work either. I mean, we could just overclock it at the point where it gives us a perfect amount. So times 30, 180, 8, 240. So we could overclock it to the point where it's giving us 270, and we'd have another 9 in the addition to the 18 that we have going in. So that would mean 27 smelters. And that would be 3 rows of 9. We'd have to do some splitting down there, though. Or overclock the impure one. It would mess with the ratios in the other building, but we could totally do it. And if we did 3 rows of 9, then we could have this be a little off-center. Still leave this path down the middle. And then do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we could just do... do 5 and 5 and just try to find 600. So we do 900. We try to find 900. I mean, that's doable, right? We could probably use enough shards to get 900 iron coming in here. I don't remember what it is when you overclock an impure miner. It'd be 120 times 250%. 300. Yeah, we could totally get 900 in here. All right, well, let's do that then. Because that means we can remove this, give ourselves lots of space here, and then just do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do 5 over this way. And rather than have them all back onto one another, I think we'll just do them in nice tidy rows. Right? So like we can start with a splitter here. Are these all tightly packed? They are all tightly packed. I think I'd prefer to have this centered. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This looks like it's in the center. Yep. Okay, so they are centered then. They're just not centered on that platform here. Yeah, I think we'll do it that way. So for folks that want to know what I'm doing, I'm going to increase the input from our miners just because this building lends itself so well to 3 rows of 9 or 3 rows of 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3. Right here. Looks right. I wish that they would fix the control snapping issue. The green line is still there, but hold down control, it dances around and does that. Still goes where you want it to, as far as I can tell. So then we have to just figure out where the logistics are going to happen, which is probably going to be in this corner here. I can remove this. Impure 300, normal 600, and pure is 1200 on a Mark 3 on 250%. So what's an impure on a Mark 2? Because we don't have Mark 3s and I don't have belts that'll handle Mark 3s. So then we need to do... This is going to need to be a merger. It's a little tight. And then this is going to have to be going out this way. Maybe it will be better to do a combo. Done this before, where you have to do like a twist here. So we'll grab this, line that up. So maybe it's going to be just a little bit better for us to have these a longer distance. I wonder if we back this up by a hair, it looks a little bit better. Well, it's 6 1/2 does the other. I think I prefer that look. You're like, Joel, this is the 4th time you've redone this. Yes, welcome to my world. I'm hoping it's something you can identify with as opposed to something that drives you crazy. That should still be in the middle, and then this can come along here. Doesn't seem to matter how big I make these builds. I always seem to be running out of space. Right, so then this will come over somewhere around here. For the input, same thing here. We'll figure that out later. So then that's the input there, and then we just do the exact same thing. Put this... Oh, can we do that? Those are too far back. If I put this in the middle, it's going to be short again. I feel like we've heard the same tracks over and over again today. Impure is 150, normal is 300, and pure is 600 on a Mark II. Was that right? Yeah. No. Why am I getting 240 over there then? Oh, because it's 4. It's 4 impure miners. Ooh. It's a lot of shards, but whatever. The math is so nice. I know what I did. I know what I did wrong there. Simple-minded. Thanks. Do we want to just say screw this being in the middle and push it a little bit farther? I say sure. I don't think we can get any closer than that, right? We've got 1, 2, 3. And we've got 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Close as we get. Is this empty? That's our 3 rows. We just have to make sure we account for the inputs. And we're good to go. Oh, those are not in the right spot. One, two, three, middle. A lot farther forward than I thought it was going to be. So when you're far away from them, the control works. The button control, I mean. Now I would run around at this point and make sure that these are all smelting iron. However, it seems like every time we power them, they forget. So do we do it? Do we run around quickly and make sure that these are all sorted out? Or should we power them first before I put all the belts in? I always end up doing that last. I can't believe I'm like 600 hours into this game and I'm like, not this save, but this, and I'm still doing like smelter stuff. And it looked like we had a ceiling at the 3rd level. And let's go ahead and use concrete, I guess. Where was the time of spaghetti belt building? Oh man, I'm telling you. It was down there. The spaghetti was all... It was all right there. Oh no. There's a door, Joel. Use it. Okay. I like this. I just need to figure out how we're going to power it all. How do we do the other one? I think we had it hooked up to the ceiling, if I remember correctly. First belts, then power, then program. If you need to change that, it's not a big problem afterwards. I've always thought powering things first would be a good thing to try. Yeah, we just went straight up into the ceiling for them. I wonder if there's a cooler way with beams now. We could try adding some beams. Oh, does the wall hide the light on the door? It totally hides the light on the door. That's too bad. Because with a beam, we could not have stuff attached to the ceiling, which would be cool. We need some access up there. I'm going to start by just putting foundations over this, I think. Very satisfying. Does not get old. I mean, people that have been playing with mods are like, this is old news, but for me, quite enjoy it. Oh, thanks. When did I die? Oh, it's because I fell down the hole, didn't I? Sorry for the loud crunching noises that are about to ruin your ear holes. Know that they ruin mine too. Right, so one way we could do this is the way that I did before, which is just taking the power stuff. I was talking to Cosmic about this in the Discord last night, in that there's only so many different places on these foundations that you can place things. And there still is only so many different snapping points for beams as well. So this is one way to do it. And it is a lot easier to do this without all the belts in the way. This is why I'm doing it now. But the other thing we could do would be to try to run a beam along here, which could add some fun color. And I don't know, has anybody come up with any other ways? Have people seen other ways that people do potential power in this game? I think it might be time to switch to the jetpack. So, because we can line these up like almost directly. It's not exact, but... And so the reason I want to do this is because it can hide a good chunk of the stuff above it, maybe. I just don't know. Like, do we need it? It adds some fun color opportunities. Because it's the same thing. I don't think we really have any advantage in terms of the number of... It's still the same ticks, right? Like you're not any straighter over this thing. The only thing that's cleaner is going to be running the wire on top of it. Because to my knowledge, you can't put one of these things through it. It doesn't work that way. So what we could do is place the nodes on top and just hide the wire going along, but I mean that sort of feels a little bit tedious. More work. It's just flavor, right? Like it's not anything other than just like the ability to just connect these to there, that goes to there, then that goes to there, right? I think this looks fine. I don't think we really gain anything by the beam. Maybe what we could do is just do the beam after the fact. Like, what if the beam isn't something we attach these nodes to, but it's something we use to hide the nodes? What about that look? I think I like that. I think that's a good way to use the new mechanics, but not create an absolute metric ton of work for ourselves. Smurf588 subscribed at tier 1. Thanks so much, Smurf. Thanks for supporting the content. Thanks for being here. Glad you're enjoying the stream. If anybody that decides to grab a tier 1 or a Prime Gaming sub, between that and Patreon, you can use it to join the Discord. So via Twitch, you want to make sure that your Twitch accounts and your Discord accounts are connected. And then you want to make sure that you can find the Joel Duggan Discord in the Connections tab on your Discord settings. I'm going to be smart about this and see if we can have the beams meet in the middle. There are a seam on the beams, but if we do a temporary beam support thingy, technical term, beam connector, then we should be able to run the beam from here. Oh, let's, what does it look like if we use the I-beam? We'll test it. Oh, it makes it all the way. Nice. That's that one, and then we'll try this one. Oh, get rid of this first. Oh, the I-beam doesn't make it as far. Or the painted beam doesn't go as far. Interesting. So we'll go to here. So there is like a little seam. I mean, I'm assuming the red is probably going to win as far as aesthetics go. I also want to know, the other thing that we miss out by doing this is that a light would have to be off center, but that's fine. I guess the only thing that's noticeable is that you see a lot more of the wires when you've got the red there. Use a small foundation. There you can use the double connection and phase the beam place through the foundation. Oh, I see. Like use something like this. Can you do the doubles on the grounds? I don't think you can. Unless I'm completely using my brain the wrong way. Yeah, these don't go on the ceilings. Oh, that's tough. That's a tough one. Do these have a seam as well? They don't. Looks like the red highlights in Metroplex. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it's also dead simple to change if we change our minds. So like, it's not, we don't even have to redo the power, which is nice. We'll try that. Do it this way. Grab that. I think I stopped it there. The white almost looks better, but we'll stay true to the vision. Wrong button. I don't like that escape doesn't leave the customizer. So if you choose something in the customizer and you hit escape, it doesn't always do what you want it to do. Okay. Question, where is the power coming into this building? Currently it's this. That's not going to work. So we need to possibly bring it in. It's probably going to be better to bring it in on the left-hand side over here, because this is the main power over here, or one of the main power lines. Yeah, I'd be more inclined to have the power come in on this wall somehow. So for now, we will keep it coming from here, but we're going to reroute this a little bit. We're still connected. I actually don't know where we're doing for power. 1350. Why has our fuel generation stopped? We're on battery. Whoa. Double whoa. We're back up to charging the battery. But why is our fuel production not working? There might be a disconnection after putting this building in. I wonder if I'm missing a connection somewhere. I bet you when I deleted some of the walls in this, I deleted a node. Because 1350 is what the coal plant does, and that doesn't appear to have the extra oomph. Where does... Yeah, I'm betting that this line got connected or disconnected somewhere. That goes to the train station and that goes off to... Oh, this has got a line. Oh yeah, this is very likely where it got connected. Oh no, that's connected there. But you can see that it's dipping considerably. We've got stuff that's off. Okay, bad news. I'm really concerned that the... Oh, am I missing a big power line here? Nope. I'm concerned that this doesn't show... the fuel. Oh yeah, we're failing all over the map. All right, road trip. We're going to test to see if the trains collide. So that's a thing. Emergency train. Color for emergency train. I don't know. Green. Find the disconnect. Yeah. That's all connected. I mean, I should be doing that by hand, but the power goes through the rails too, right? Collision over the void? Yeah, hopefully not. We'll avoid that. We'll do our best to avoid that. If I see the train coming, I'll slow down. Now that we have everything unlocked, I'm going to change these to concrete, I think, so that it's a lot more seamless, so you can't see all the zigzaggy lines as easily. It's funny, this is the first time I've done this in a while. You guys have seen it at all my breaks today, but I haven't been out here in a while. Avoid the void. It's usually a good call. Man, the game is definitely rendering in slowly. Alright, here we go. Here's a test. Are we close enough to not collide? Okay, good. Success. I will, however, need to dismantle you. Okay. Otherwise, bad things would happen. Yeah, these are not on. Y4 has all of this stopped. Oh, I bet you it got backed up. That's full, which means polymer resin. Yeah, that's not doing anything. So why? Polymer resin is being converted. This isn't making any... Oh! Because this is full. I guess it's producing faster than the train can pick it up? Well, that's easy to fix. We just need another couple of these. And we'll plop them here. We'll do a smart splitter. Yeah, I forgot that the bins at the main base are not going anywhere. I don't have them going into any kind of bins. We'll look for logistics. Smart splitter. Oh, I love that you can snap these. So good. I guess we'll go on this side for this one. And this side for that one. And then smart splitter, you go left, none. Center is plastic. No, rubber. This is a much better interface, by the way. I love that they changed this. And then right is overflow. No, sorry. Wrong way. Left is overflow. Right is none. Good. That's weird that that box doesn't have a confirm on it. It's the only thing that's a little bit strange. Center is a plastic. Left is none. Right is overflow. And we will make this Mark 4. Mark 4. And then these guys just need power. Temporary and messy, but it will do the job and hopefully add to our ticket situation. So the problem was that we were using some of our byproduct from fuel production is being synced, and some of it is no, it's not being synced at all anymore. So the stuff that was being made into more plastic got filled, and so that was the problem there. So this has to continuously be pulling out polymer resin in order for the fuel to keep going. Yeah, now we've got power, last one. Green. Okay. Byproducts in this game are tricky. I gotta say, the byproducts in this game are tricky. I'm just gonna go ahead and trash this for now. Give us a little bit of headway. That should be okay. Now, we're back up to 1800 megawatts, which is good. Still getting a lot of fluctuation from the capacity. I don't know whether that's the batteries recharging or whether the coal plants are still screwing around. Where is the train? Looks like it's heading away, so we'll jump on this track here. Well, that was a fun little aside. Survey says bright yellow train. Time for 2 trains. No, it's not that. It's that the stuff at the base is not being processed. We're not making computers. We're not using rubber for anything except for building. So I just needed something to do the overflow. Actually, simple-minded, because you're here, can you see the wobble in the track on my left? Do you know how to avoid that? I feel like you've got a lot of tricks and building tips and stuff. This track that I'm on, perfectly straight. Track on the left, wobbly. Can't for the life of me figure out what I did. It's fine here. It's only that section back there. Now, we know that we can pass. We know we can pass. I'm still not going to do it. I'm still going to wait here. Air brakes, just in case. Just in case. Train tracks are so much faster to get out there now too. We really need to do some building on this end of the base. It's very, very bleak. I wonder if we could like permanently leave this train on a track somewhere and just kind of like use it to connect from time to time. That could be kind of fun. Right, how are we doing for gas? We've got lots of fuel. We're good. So now we should be back up. Yeah. Okay. Optical illusion? I have no idea about the track. Oh, it's definitely... The train does wobble ever so slightly. The artist in me can't unsee it, so it's a tricky problem. Do. Alright, so we've got this part laid out. And I guess the other thing we have to remember too is that I was going to put a second floor on this, or I wasn't going to put a second floor on this. I don't remember what we did over here. But I gave myself extra room here, I think. If I wanted to do anything cool. So what I was thinking here would be neat if we had the ability to add some depth. Which we might not be able to do all the way along, depending on what we do with the feeds. Although they could easily come up through the floor, though. We've got an entire area below us to do all the balancing, which I really need to remember. So this roof, if I remember correctly, just mispainted. So it's just foundations right at the top of this. And I don't think I want to add any height to this, so we'll do the same thing over here. And I don't remember if you can see these. I don't think you can. Oh yeah, you can. Sir Pink 96 rating with a party of 1. Sounds more like a date, but welcome on in. I'm teasing, of course. Thanks so much. Appreciate you sharing your viewers. Hopefully you had a good time today. What were you streaming today? For folks just coming in, my name is Joel Duggan. I'm a variety streamer, but we've been spending an awful lot of time playing Satisfactory because, well, Update 5 and fun. So there's that. I also play a lot of Minecraft, and I do a podcast about Minecraft called The Spawn Chunks. And if you are so kind as to switch over and watch on my channel rather than just on the Raid channel, that would be amazing because it helps grow the stream, something we are trying to do. And right now we are zooping like it's gonna go out of style. Has to be a better way. I've been using these towers a lot more than ever before. We don't have a nice white roof piece that's not wonky and angled. That's why we're using concrete. But at a distance, you can't even see it. I was going to try the reflective one, wasn't I? I wonder what that looks like. I think it's going to be too dark, even when it's painted white. Because the white is, the way that these foundations work, it's like an overlay. So yeah, that's gray. You're not mistaking that for white. Wrong button. No, I fell off. Don't fall off. Okay. And then looks like it was 3 foundations. 3 foundations in, and I wanted to do something tricky with this. So 1, 2, 3. I'm going to put one here. Foundations. I have to remember where that is. I wonder if these would look cool. I think I might prefer... Because you can't paint those at all. I don't think, right? No, it makes no difference. Okay. That's too bad. We'll go with these ones. But what I wanted to do was make them too wide, and I wanted to grab the middle. So we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I think. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then it was 3 back, so we'll remove this one. And we'll put in this little guy, which will allow us to get off the grid or start a new grid. And we should be able to connect halfway. We can even do quarters. That's cool. Whoops. See, I gotta move my scan button. I'm using C for this menu, not X. I don't remember why. I think it's just easier for me to press, but I miss it all the time. So if we did 2 here, then that leaves like 1.5 in between. But I think we'd be better off to go at the same process here and use this to get off grid. Oh, Moon Manta flyby. That's a cool screenshot. Oh, no. Get rid of that. And those are too tall. Right, and then in the middle, we can still do this thing. And then build another one of these. Oh gosh, build faster! Jeez. So it was 1.5. Yeah, I don't think I wanted these any closer. Same thing, so I'll do that one. Yeah. Mr. Cosmic is watching an old Transformers cartoon on YouTube and just saw Devastator. Oh, that's cool. I don't remember if Metroplex was ever in the old cartoons. I've been meaning to go back and try to watch some of them, but some of the new Transformer cartoons are actually really good. The 3rd season of Cybertron on Netflix really fell apart for me, but for a while there, it was really good. The 1st season, especially with like the political and war stuff and Megatron like being evil, but not evil by nature. Like it was Megatron in that series was great. They really did a good job. It was the Beast Wars stuff that was awful in the 3rd season. They were forcing. I don't know what I just did there. I think there's probably something hanging from the roof down below. Some of the clipping is still a little bit wonky. Did we decide what we're gonna do for these middle pieces? I don't think we decided what we were gonna do. Can't quite see over there. It just looks like a couple of slanty pieces. I guess technically here we'd want to do this. I'm out of concrete. Write that down. And it's nighttime again. Do I really have to take another break? I feel like I just did that. I think I have time to do another break. Do another hour. Concrete first though. I'm okay for plates. Grab more concrete. All of this stuff is stopped now too, but I don't have time to do it right now. Do we want to do break train, or do we want to just hang out and watch stuff fly by on conveyor belts? Train looks like it is on its way to, so that's fine. I wouldn't mind actually taking a second here at the train station to look at the Metroplex board again. Sweet Sandy and Cosmic, I gotta tip my hat to both of you. And Dang Rice, if you're still here, I think y'all have been here for the entire stream, which is a long one for me on a Wednesday. I hope they change the train model so that these connect a little bit better. Or this, like whichever works. I think that's a bit weird because you can't fit through it, but it does look kind of strange. Plus, I think these would be better if they were maybe black with the white fitting. Anyway, so what I'm trying to do on the top of that roof there, for anybody that's new, is in the bottom left-hand corner, you can see how Metroplex has these kind of like black ridges on the top of his foot. So we're trying to model the front of the base kind of like over his feet or after his feet. And then as we get farther up, we're going to kind of mix and match between robot mode and like carrier base mode. And I see a lot of like repeating stripe patterns. I see a lot of asymmetry in his chest. It's like one side of the chest is different than the other, which is cool. Yeah, I think we're off to a good start. I'm anxious to do a little bit more around the control room, and I'm really wanting to get some of those big pieces in, but we kind of have to do our due diligence first and figure out what we're going to be building inside of the two chest pieces before we can actually like design the outside of it. Because you can see on the left hand side, if we're talking about anatomy, we'll call it like his pec muscle. I'm gonna jump on the train here, but if you're looking at the top of that thing, it's asymmetrical. Let me put this one up, right? So it's asymmetrical. Right, another short break for me. We'll be back to do more Satisfactory in just a few minutes. right on time. Geronimo. Yeah, I'm not sure why the coal plant keeps on cycling. It's balanced. It should be receiving all the coal it needs, but obviously we've got some stuff. I wonder if it's the water that's the problem. Hey Joel, have to go to work now, but please have caught the stream finally. Looking forward to seeing more. Thanks so much, Smurf. Welcome aboard. Make sure you connect your Discord and your Twitch. Hang out with us in between streams, and we'll see you again soon. Have a great day. Soon we're going to have to worry about logistics out here. Oh, I can't make it. Darn it. I think we just went straight back with these, didn't we? We'll just take these back to 1, 2, 3, 4. And then in the middle, because of the way that we've done this, we sort of have like the shorter version. Where did I put that? It was farther back, wasn't it? Yeah, we should put this farther back. I guess here. Still not quite sure how we're gonna figure all that out, but for now, gets us to there. So now we have like this pattern like that. Maybe ahead by 1. I don't know. Not sure if that's good, bad. Not quite as clear as I was hoping it was going to be. Maybe these need to be different colors. Or we need to cover up that seam with like a different height. Something. Uh, 2-meter foundations. Let's look for this one. Yeah, I think like all three of these together will sort of look like the toe thing. It's got round stuff in it, which is... we don't have the ability to do that. There are no round things. Closest we have is half pipes, but they're concave, not convex, and we haven't had them unlocked yet. I don't have anything that I can change the color of to match it. Everything else... like I said, we could make it out of walls, but that kind of has all the same textures. I think beams are just going to be too small. Right, like we can run beams if I do diagonal. And we can't place them there? That's weird. Why? Huh. I wonder if it's because we made it off grid? Oh no, you can't place them on ramps. Okay. You can place these on ramps. Oh, those don't go diagonal. That's weird. Huh. They do that on walls. Where's the... you know, like they go diagonal on those walls. Major Fire, hey! Thanks so much to you for writing in with a great email on the Spun Chunks. That was great. Have you listened to the show? We read it on the show. Good to see you back in the modern city. Nice. Yes. So to speak. We were back in the modern city. I mean, I'm okay with this. I think this is fine. I keep on doing that though, and I don't know where it's going. It's not fun when things go in. The soft clipping can be a little bit annoying sometimes. Small price to pay, I guess. Where is the connection here? It is here. Oh, moon meant to fly by. I can hear the rumble. Whoa. Autosave. That gave me a heart attack. I thought we were having a crash. These things are huge. Alright, so now we can paint that stuff. Oh, I painted the wrong thing. I feel like getting off grid is going to help considerably. Another tweak suggestion? Sure. Thanks for getting my handle right too. After a while you start to get pretty good at guessing people's preferred spelling and pronunciation. I can't say I'm always going to get it 100% right, but I'll give it a good go. To the look around point. I need to create maybe a hypertube look-off point. Oh, that's wrong. But that's not bad. I mean, like, wrong screen. This one. That lower left. It's a decent sketch. It's a decent idea. We'll have to see what we can come up with farther down the line. If there's any other shapes and stuff we can come up with. It's hard with the materials, not being able to paint things certain colors. It's been tricky. Right, I am going to delete this. All right, I don't remember how far this went back. We'll have to go double check. Looks like it didn't stop until way back here. So I don't know if I want to start the new thing, the new layer at this exact spot, because I'm trying to have it not be symmetrical, although it may look really cool if we made it symmetrical. And we're still in the process of like having some existing builds within this stuff. Like this all is going to be in the way. In order to, you can see here, there's a difference coming out, which is fine. We have the playroom here to do something cool. So we could easily repeat this. Like repeating this is not an issue. We wanted to. Can have that repeat over here. So that's not a problem. But when we get into here, I had a suggestion tweak when you were doing something with base parts. Now I've forgotten what it is. Okay, cool. Just let me know in the Discord. So all of this stuff is unfortunately very close to the entrance, and so over here we've got this really nice deep. We've got at least one foundation here. I guess we've made it work. So this is 1, 2, 3, and then 4, and then 1, 2, 3. So there would be a big pillar right here. Of course. Can these? Well, these can be bumped in. Okay. Oh wow, you're not supposed to be there. I'm glad that doesn't stop production. These can be bumped in, so that's good. That's good. That means we could do this again here. Like you, what is that? 5, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here. 2, 3, 4, 5. And then there's a space. And another door. Now that has more depth going on. What's happening there? Oh, I've built that too far in. Plastic. It might be time to start investing in some hypertubes around here, you know? They're going to look awful, but it's going to save a lot of running around. Thanks so much, Cosmic. I'm glad that I can inspire. I definitely got inspired by watching Total Eclipse do some work on video and show some techniques and stuff. Oh, wow. We're low on the plastics. How are we doing for tickets? One more, maybe? Yeah. Can't remember what we're saving up for. 6 or 7? I think 6, probably. I remember feeling like we were 2 away from anything worthwhile. I think it's the window walls. That's next. I'm excited to have this look a lot more symmetrical. I guess we'll do ramp. Cool if we can get some lights in there somehow. So at least that part we can get symmetrical, which is cool. Same thing here. I got this one spot in, and then another door. Now here we've got more control. So I have this wall here. I think I want to go out that far. One, 2, 3, 4, plus there's a roof on top there. I think I like that. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we just paint the top two. So they are different colors. That doesn't look that great, does it? I think maybe we'll turn it back to just white for now. And then the light is the last thing. Oh, copper sheets. Thanks, Cosmic. It's a lot faster to do. Like, it took me a lot longer to come up with this than it did for me to copy it, right? So when I'm copying from one side to the other, it really doesn't take very much time. I should try to get on the moon manta before we have to wrap up. That's something I would like in game, actually, is the signs to be able to tell time. I'd like to have a digital readout as to when it's going to get dark again. It's something I'm really spoiled by in Minecraft, the little mini map that we have. Until you move everything over one block. Yeah. That's fair. So we're not going to be able to do any of this stuff here. It's just this bit here. And so herein lies the issue with the roof. We have to try and connect this somehow. And then this just ends up being, I think, we can use one of these triangle walls. I wish you could set like a default color. I might be able to try to do that. To save the fix-it color before I do that, but I think that sort of works. Cool. Yeah, I think I'm ready to start hooking up some of that stuff below. I think I want to start with making sure we can get 300 iron in there. I think that's going to be step one. And then deciding how to bring it up in there. So we need to take a look at our inputs. This is 300 line. And then we've got two 120s. And we've got 3 lines of 10. So we need 300 in each. So all we need to do is get these 2 lifts up to 300. And I can do that, I think, if I multiply. We'll have to get some shards, and we'll have to follow the belts. It's weird when the music stops playing. Oh, before the break, I was talking about these things. And I have a really cool idea. I'm not sure if I'm really ready to reveal it yet, but where his chest separates and he has like vents and like doors on one side and then other things on the other. What I think is so interesting is that somewhere we can try to find a spot to like put in something that represents his Autobot symbol. I think that could be kind of cool. I'll have to keep an eye out for slugs too. I don't know how many power shards I have left. 7. I need at least 6, if not more. Do I have the scanner with me? Sorry for all the blinky stuff. Power slugs. I know where there's at least one power slug. And we just need our gas mask to get it. Right down there. And it's yellow. Sweet. Foundations. Actually, you know what? I bet you walkways would be pretty fast to get down there. Gathering slug. Slug complete. I love the Darth Vader breathing. Been a little while. So we'll grab and make sure we know which of these belts is which. So we're going after the left 2 belts. Power slug up there too. I think I know where it is. I thought I would have already got it though. Oh, it's right there. Imagine we're gonna run into some dudes. Really? No bad guys. Interesting. Maybe I've already killed them? Alright, so the right-hand belt goes to somewhere else. It's these left 2. And so that's going that way. Oh no, wait a minute. What's going on there? I'm gonna have to fly up there and see what's going on. Need this. Okay, so those just get wider for a more symmetrical thing. Okay. So these 4 miners over here are what we need to get 300 out of. It's probably going to be a waste of power shards, but it's going to make everything so much nicer from a math perspective. Evil Shadow. Hello, good to see you. Yeah, if you just got the notification now, that's why I always encourage people that are that are members or Twitch subs to get into the Discord, because you'll get a ping from my announcements channel when I go live. And I gave everybody a heads up today that I was going to be live about an hour ahead of time. So this is a Mark II miner, and it's only getting 60 per minute. So to get this up to 150. Wait a minute. So that's 150 per miner. So we can get an extra 600 out of this. Not an extra 600. We can get 600 out of this. Because that's 150 going into this. And then that's one belt of 300. Yeah, so we can do this without messing with anything else. This is awesome. I mean, it's a lot of shards to put in impure miners, but it's also my backup save. Making sure that's Mark II. We also need to change the belts. And I need to make more... Did I leave myself a little construction thing over here? I did not. I don't think we have enough slugs. No, we're gonna need 6, and we're only gonna have 4. All right, this is now doing 150, which means we have to do Mark III, Mark III, and then the big old Mark IV. Holy hotkey Batman, stop it. I don't think we brought enough. But 2 miners is 2 miners here, so then this one is going to be... has to be 4. We probably did not bring enough of the encased steel beams for all of this, but... Okay. This is Mark II. We're going to need another 2 shards. I thought I saw a slug down the other end of the base. Ladder is still here. So while we're going back, we'll keep our eye out for slugs. Thank you, Cosmic, for being awesome. And I'm out of stuff already. Okay. So, anybody see... We should get on the Manta. There's a power slug this way, apparently. Oh, it's right there. I'm looking right at it. I bet you I can get there. Beep, 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 beep. Mine. That's one of... I need just one more slug. I think I got the one on the edge up there. I know I've seen one somewhere. Oh, is there going to be gas over here? Up on that rock, my guess. Where are you, slug? hear your guardians. Where's the slug? Did anybody see it? First time chat highlights are really helpful for those. Oh yeah. As in you're being sarcastic, as in it like it highlights for everybody to see? Or because it's a first time chat highlight. Do only mods and me see those? Because I find them super helpful when there's someone new in chat. Also, hi Jody. Sorry, I don't know if I said hello to you. I was focused on stuff. Where's the... Why for I not find the slug? Is it in a cave? It's probably in a cave. Okay. Well, let's go see if we can jump on the moon manta, because that will give us a bird's eye view. Or a manta's eye view, I guess. Unless we see one on the way back. Yikes. Gotcha. I need to craft this other slug. Do I have two? No. Roadside Down, hello. How's it going? Where's that other carapace? There it is. What do I not need? That. Good. Why am I carrying... Oh, it's because I'm dismantling all the belts. That's what's going on. Just got off work, so your day's gotten better. That's great. That's great. I didn't know that was up here. We don't have any room for it. Well, you know what? We can just do this. Anybody see a blue power slug? Is that a slug? I'm sure I've gotten all the easy ones. I forgot how fun it is to jump off really high stuff in this game. Unless there's more hanging out somewhere. Yeah, we've already got the one that was up there. Cub fan, holy smokes. Cub raid, cub raid, cub raid. Let me get up to a good vantage point. We should try to get on the manta. You folks will enjoy that. I wonder if we've got enough time. Hold on. I mean, we got enough time in the stream. I mean, I wonder if we've got enough time to catch up to it. Welcome in, raiders. Thank you ever so much, Cub. Hope you had a great stream. I'm assuming you were playing some Minecraft. Cub raid. Cosmic has been very helpful and slowed the chat down, so thanks very much for everybody saying hi. This is Satisfactory, and it is a factory building game. I've talked about it before on the Spawn Trunks podcast. I'm not sure how many of you might listen to that, but I'll wait for a few more people to get settled in here. And then, did I miss it? Oh, we got here on time. Sweet. And then we'll show off what we've been doing from a high perspective. It'll be super fun. I need to make sure I've got my jetpack on though. Welcome in again, folks, and Cub, thank you ever so much. Folks in my chat, you should go follow Cub. I think Cosmic has just put a link in the chat there. My name is Joel Duggan. I'm a variety streamer. I do play a lot of Satisfactory, which is this game, and a lot of Minecraft, which you probably are aware of. I co-host the Spawn Chunks podcast with my friend Pixel Riffs. That's every Monday, and I do the Sigil Cafe podcast every Wednesday. So I'm going to be recording that tonight, actually, in a couple of hours. So I got to go in about an hour. Right now, we're going to jump on this thing, which is the Moon Manta, or the Giant Moth, depending on who you ask. And it's going to fly around this area, and you're going to be able to take a good look at the base that we've constructed over about 100 hours in this game. This is Update 5. It came out Tuesday last week. And we are now on board. And we're basing it off of Metroplex. So before this gets into a really cool place to see things, this is the inspiration for the build, the Transformer Metroplex. We're doing another one in our main save after Devastator, but Metroplex is the one that we decided to use in this test world. So you can see we've got some basic construction. And in a lot of ways it's similar to the way people frame out their builds in Minecraft. So this is very cool. Now, unfortunately, the wings are not something we can see over all the time, so they're going to flap up and get in the way. But what we've been doing this stream has been working mostly on the front low parts of the base. Last stream we did put in these two higher parts. And if I pop up a smaller image of Metroplex, you can see he's got these two big chest pieces, and that's what these two big boxes are here, sort of meant to represent. And then on the sides here, if we can get past the wing, there's the lower stuff that we've been working on today. So it's a little bit patchy, but it's because we're in progress. And anybody that's new to the game, this is where you get your resources. You mine it out of the ground, and it's constant, and you use conveyor belts to bring it all back to your base. And so that's what we've been doing over the course of over the save. Thanks so much, Cub. I really appreciate that. That means a lot coming from you. As someone that likes Redstone, I know you spend a lot of your time in Minecraft because it's your job, and I know you like it, but this game is something you would absolutely eat up if you haven't played it already. So over the countryside here, you'll see a bunch of different mines. We've got coal, we've got iron and copper over here, and now this is the front. So you can sort of see we've kind of modeled that after his feet. So we've got a couple of like toe bits here. This is kind of like another kind of toe. We're just trying to make anything that's not a square box. I want it to be different shapes. I want it to have different kind of texture and design. Obviously, we've got more detail in some areas than others. My favorite so far is actually the scale of these two big boxes. I think that's going to be really cool. And then in here, you can just sort of see in the distance, if I can zoom in, that's our storage room in that low area there, and that kind of coincides with where his head is. I don't think I'm going to actually make his head, but I'm going to make kind of like an approximation or something inspired by the shapes there. And we still get some lines painted in colors. These colors are just our guides for like where the center lines are for things. There. Let's see if we can see a good look at our base. I think he's diving now, so we're going to go underneath this thing. Oh, there's another slug. No boxes. No boxes. So folks that are coming in, if you wouldn't mind flipping over and watching on twitch.tv/JoelDuggan. I've been trying to grow the channel. I'd like to try and get streaming into something I can do, not necessarily full-time, but certainly part-time, where it can make up part of my professional income. Most of what I do actually comes from podcasting and my own streaming, so any chance I can to increase this will be greatly appreciated. Right now, it's just a number of eyeballs on the stream. Costs you nothing, so if you wouldn't mind watching on twitch.tv/JoelDuggan, I would very much appreciate it. I don't see... There's a couple of slugs over there, but they're not super close by. Yeah, so here's a look at the base coming in this way. I think I might like the like, we put these little dental work pieces in, and I think I might like that better over there. I think I like it cleaner. Maybe we'll just make them smaller so you can't see them quite as much. But we've got lots of detail there. Obviously, we've not copied that over to this side yet. But you can see sort of my method of saying, like, this is the pathway, and then this is like the edge where the big boot thing comes down. Looks like we've got some color changes to make. And all of these machines in these builds are making different parts. So you can see all the screws that are moving around on the belts down there. Big cases of screws. And then over here we've got iron plates and stuff being made. We've got a train going in the background. Always really cool. And then we've got our power plant over there. So it's similar. We don't really need power in Minecraft, but it's got some similar vibes to like Minecraft Redstone. Like, think of like waterways as conveyor belts. Think about, and we're going to get off in our storage room. So you'll see how simple and similar a storage room is in this game to Minecraft. So we're just going to back right off here. We're going to run right off the back. Click. Happy accident that he comes so close. But down here, you'll see what looks very similar to a Minecraft storage room. And all these are, think of these like double chests. So you've got a filter up here that says, please only put in, whatever this is, modular frames. So the modular frames would come in on this one here. You can see them up there. And they go in this one, fill up the top one. They go around this way. And then they go around this way. And then here on the bottom, we've got 3 chests just full of these things, which we use to build various machines and parts and all that kind of stuff. And I am out of specifically these. I need more of these. I need more room in my inventory. Why is the chest cubes on the ground? Why is the chest cubes on the ground? Which I'm not sure what you mean. This one? So this is the input chest. This is where we can put stuff that gets either sorted into the system or it gets destroyed if we've got too much of it. And destroyed, it gives us tickets. We get points for the stuff that we destroy. So it's not all for nothing. I need to... Do I have another plug? No. Why is the chest cubes on the ground? I'm not sure. These ones? These are just like smaller versions. These ones you can automate by putting belts into them, but these ones are just like definitely a Minecraft chest. Think like Minecraft chest and then Minecraft chest with hopper is what that equates to be. Need all of those. Don't need the carapaces. Why are the chest cubes on the ground? I see. I understand the question now. Yes. Chest as in person's chest, robot chest. Got it. Right. Okay. Yeah, so Metroplex has got 2 different modes. If he transforms, he looks like that. And I don't know if that's big enough. So let's look at this one. So you can sort of see like his chest pieces are actually kind of like at the back of the aircraft carrier type version. And so we're kind of modeling it after a bunch of different stuff. It's an inspiration. We're not making an exact copy. We're just kind of taking the shape language from the Transformer. And I just thought I need 2 big buildings with a lot of space. And so having these two big buildings here is probably the best way to go. All right. I'm really glad everybody's here. Thanks so much for hanging out. I appreciate all the follows. I see all the notifications in chat. Sorry I can't call out everybody by name. Just going by a little bit too fast, but I really appreciate it. So we were running belts. So what's happening over on this other side? There's a slug right there. You can see the slugs better at nighttime. Is there anything closer? Doesn't look like it, does it? That's right. We can get there fast enough. We'll switch to speedy boots. see any other slugs nearby. Oh, bad guys. Oh, you saw me. Whoa! Nope. Bad news. Trying to switch things up. Let's not use this. The boots always make this harder. Come on. Gotcha. Where's your friend? Don't go down there. Right, no more surprises. No more surprises. Okay. So slug is up there. I think we can probably boost to that, no problem. Oh, maybe not. A little bit of a rest. Can I climb this? Oh, gas mask time. Yikes. Hold on. What? So the plants put out poison gas, which is a pain in the butt. But we have a gas mask now, so that's good. I see a yellow slug off in the distance too. A little bit of... Oh! Can I reach him? Aha! Not enough space. What do I not care about? We've got lots of plates. Excellent. That's done. And so now we can switch back to the jetpack and hover down to safety. What do the slugs do? Hazy, you're about to find out. I'll explain it, but then I'll show you as we get over to our other area. So in my inventory there are power shards. I've got 2 and I need 3. And power shards are a way to overclock your machines. So each machine has a certain speed to it, and depending on what mineral you're harvesting or what the purity of the mineral is, the machines will do a different amount of extraction. So these are miners, and we currently have Mark II miners, which means they do twice as fast as Mark I miners. So these nodes over here are impure nodes, which means that they only get 30 iron per minute. But we have Mark II miners on them, so then they get 60 iron per minute. What we're going to do is we're going to add power shards to them, and we're going to get it up to 150 per minute. So I think this one's already done. Yes. I need to create a workbench here. I hope I deconstructed that other workbench. I don't think I did. So here's the power shard, and it takes 1 slug to make it. So this is like a crafting bench in Minecraft. And that makes a power shard. So that's 3 power shards. And so you can see this miner is getting 60 ore per minute at 100% clock speed. So with every power shard, we can add 150%, 250%, and then 150%. Now we just have to make sure that the belts are the right speed, which I think we've already done. We just have to go across the top here. So you can see up here, that's a Mark II belt, and this is a Mark IV belt. And that's because with the extra output, each one of these is doing 150, which means that this combined line, whoops, is 300. So we've got 2 lines of 300, and we need to use these belts, the Mark IV belts, to do the 300 because you need a faster belt to move more stuff, to put it simply. And so we've got old belts along here that need to be upgraded. So we're going to upgrade the new belts, that way. Make sure we get all the little junctions here. These bigger belts look cooler anyway. They're a lot sturdier looking. And it always looks cool in your world when things are moving a lot faster. So this takes us right up to, I think that's, they look like they're all done. So we're going to float down here. Oh, I don't have the right boots. Oh, that was bad. Time to replenish. I thought I had my jetpack on. It's a far thing from golden carrots, but we'll survive. I need to jetpack. And so now we have, it was the two left-hand things that we're doing. So you'll see this is Mark II, but these two need to be Mark IV. So same idea. We'll grab our lift, switch it to a Mark IV, replace those, and then we have to come back in here. See, this one is already doing 300 parts per minute out of one miner, so we can do these two belts at a time here. And it's these two middle ones. Oh, I ran out of stuff, so I need to go get more encased iron beams to finish this up. Akila, I'm sure that your comment was well-meaning. Did I miss the family-friendly tag on the stream? Let me know if I did. Grab those again. Love your creativity with the new stuff in Update 5. Your factories and base are looking awesome. Oh, thanks very much, Aquila Galaxy. Is it Aquila or Aquila? What do you prefer? Or which is correct, I guess. I need to put some of this stuff away. I do not need all of these. Everything else we're fine. I can put away the carapace stuff. Wonder if we have another ticket. Cool, thanks, Sweet Sandy. Appreciate that. It's usually there. It usually doesn't go away. Something Twitch started doing was leaving your tags. Oh, we're so close. Okay, I don't need that or that in my inventory right now. Let's go with the zapper. And I guess that's it. So the reason why we wanted to upgrade those miners, which I forgot to upgrade the beacon. Crap. We can do it here at the sign. New in the signs for this game came in with Update 5. That's not a sentence. Signs are new. They came in with Update 5. So we now are doing 900 ore. That's weird. Why are you doing that? That's error? Write that down. Why can't I... Why is it dropping to the next line every time I hit 0? That's weird. And it's 300. And then... Wow, that's awful. Yeah, hope they fix that. So these now all need to be updated. And I have to switch over to my jetpack. I'm off for the day. Since Cub recommended you, I will follow and come back to another stream. Thanks so much, Luna. You can pretty much guarantee I'll be playing Minecraft on weekends. I sometimes get to it during the week, and I'm trying to put together a modded playthrough for Minecraft. But right now, it's Satisfactory mostly during the week, and then Minecraft on weekends. However, I don't usually get to stream during the week, so usually it's just like one Satisfactory stream and then a couple of Minecraft streams on the weekend. Alright, we need to slowly, gently not smash our face and figure out where we left off. So it was these two on the inside that we need to fix. Alright, so that's all done. We have these two little blocks there. That's on purpose because I'm going to need to redo these. So we're going to remove these little bits and these little bits here. Now these, I'm not sure where we're going to take these. Now is the point where I need to figure out where we're going to actually bring the items into the factory. Sean J. Dub, hello, hello. Hope things are going well. So we have potential inputs coming in across the walls here. That's a door, so we're not going to bring it in from there. That one's probably going to be over here. So that's probably going to shift. So I think I'm going to go up high with these. Walls. And I want a concrete wall with a concrete wall conveyor. That should line up. Yes, it does. Oh, this needs... I'm not sure if I'm going to go all that high with it, but... So one of these, probably this one, will come in and attach to that. And then we'll just use a Mark V to do this. Now, unfortunately, they don't show you the snapping guides for those. That would be very handy. But we'll do... Oh, this is the wrong way. Lift. Hope I got that right. I don't think I did. Oh, I did. That'll come in like that. That's one belt of 300, and that'll go all the way down here to all 10 of these machines. The other one is probably going to come in here. I think I'll use the white for now. And I'll want the same thing. And go there. Oh, there we go. That gave us a line. Why didn't I get that before? So I feel like that's pretty cool. And then same thing over here. I guess we'll do... Oh, wait a minute. Can we run that through there? Well, we can bring it up from the bottom. I have an idea for this, I think. That could work out pretty well. Yeah, we can't bring it across there because that's going to be out in the open. But we'll do the same thing here. so same idea. Where's that? And then weird that we're not getting the the line again. Huh. It was really helpful last time. I wonder why that's inconsistent. Too bad. It should be... Oh, it's not lined up. That's why. Oh, that's tricky then. Well, let's not do it that way. Let's bring it in over here then. And we'll run it across the wall. Yeah, so we get the line. That's really helpful. That's new, this update. We never used to get those. That's so cool. 1, 2. So then we can grab this and run it to there. And that should be nice and straight. Yep. Okay. So I'm debating if I want this to come in on this side or if I want all three of them to kind of come in from the same place. The problem is that, of course, this points right at the door. What we could do is drop... We could drop the door down. I could have something like this here. And then we can cover the door up. So it could do that. Does that make... Does that... You think that would make sense? We'd have to then run one of these, probably this one. I guess it would have to go through... Have to go through the door? We'll fix all the clipping and stuff later. I mean, technically we could just have it go through it. Like clip through it. I kind of don't care. Like, we're not going to be able to see it. I'd have to sacrifice a really cool looking pillar to not do it. Are we keeping these, do you think, or should we just have the high ceiling? Because if we have the high ceiling, we could do stuff like this inside. At which point we could hide it without sacrificing the pillar. We would just have to... or we could have it come down from the ceiling. No, that's outside. Never mind. I think I like the idea of having all three of them on the same side. How does this look? Even though this is the wrong direction. Is that off center too? No, it's fine. Why am I not getting a line? What does that look like coming in the door? Oh. Autosave. Had a heart attack. I think that's fine. I think we could probably figure out a way to have that work. Put something like that there. Maybe even have like a triangle or something here. Do I have an angle wall? Not a fan of that. Maybe like an upside down concrete foundation. Where is this one? Oh, that's right side up. I want inverted. That one. That's cool by me. I just have to make sure I hook up the power for the light first. Never knew there was a flashlight? Oh man, it gets so dark in this game without it. Because we don't have, we've been focusing all the new parts. I also don't have my windows in. I don't remember where I put those. There's 4 of them. And they are 1 foundation apart, and they are off center by 1. Okay. So one thing about making this huge base is that it just takes a really long time to get from point A to point B. And they are right underneath the edge. So this will shed some light in the situation, which would be nice. There, and there, and there, and there. And I think I want to use these ones. So as long as we haven't covered it up with the ceiling, which I absolutely did, there will eventually have some light coming in here. So those can't be there. Be kind of cool actually if we had like sun shafts, even though the overhang is probably going to block them most of the time. Can you add another door? What do you mean? We can add all kinds of stuff. But yeah, we've got lots of other doors. There will be a door here at some point. There's one over the other side. I'm going to mirror it. Yeah, it's right there. So it'll end up being here, I think. Yeah, I think I like that better than there. So unfortunately, this has to go because it was facing the wrong direction again. Input has to be on the left. We will grab this. Still not sure why I can't get the output. I wonder if it's only because of the... Huh. Okay, so we need to figure out how to get these up here. And they all have to go over the door, but it looks like we have space to do that. I love having stuff in the ceiling. Oh, and we can't delete those. And we can't delete those. That's seen on the outside. So we're going to have to put in some of these conveyor floor holes. It's going to be tricky when I can't see what I'm doing. So I would say in order to do this, 1 and 2 need to turn around and face the other way. And then 3 over here can come up to this level. So this is why I wanted to wait to connect everything, because we're going to have to delete some of this stuff. Grab the Mark IV. Whoop. There should be... That's lined up. And it should indicate here, and then we can switch it. Put out at the top. And then I just have to get it up to this level. And nothing in here is going to matter because you can't see anything. I mean, really, we could use a floor hole if we wanted to, but that's fine. Where's my... Here. Right, so we're just going to put this there, and then we'll use the floor hole. I guess we'll just go right in the middle, because we've got the room to do it. And for folks wondering what the heck I mean by a floor hole, I mean this. And so we can put this here. We can have the export of it be here. Why is that not? How's that going the wrong way? Did I change that top one to the wrong thing? Try it again. Yeah. In. Then we want out coming out the bottom. Why is it giving me the wrong... Why is it trying to go in on both sides? You're seeing that too, right? Like, that's not correct. Break lock, yeah, it's 100% hotkey muscle memory. There's like 6 different ways to build stuff in the game. Yeah, I am hitting R. Reversed, not reversed. Is there a bug? Because that's not cool. Maybe I have to do the bottom one first. Maybe I'm remembering that. Right, out. Can't see the top. Well, that seemed to be fine, so I guess you have to do the bottom one first, which is weird. Hopefully they'll address that. Mark 4 belt. Oh. You know I have to fix that. Right, so that's that hooked up there, and then you can go into that. Oh yeah, we still have those ghost, ghost animations. Can't tell. Input. Perfect. Okay. Remove this. Get rid of this. So that's one. And then the other two, we're going to have to point the other way. And then I have to figure out where they're going to connect. It's going to be difficult without clipping the wall. We can't go down through here. No, that's outside. Well, if I'm doing this, then we might end up having like extra stuff hidden in this way. Unless that shows up top. If that leaves a white line on the roof, I'm going to be mad. I think it's underneath this thing. It totally does. I think it totally would. Yeah, it does. I mean, you can't see it, really, but still. Grr-arg. Yes, Cosmic, I gotta go. I'm getting hungry, and I've got a podcast in another hour. So, this is going to take a little bit longer to set up than I have time left to do. But this was super fun. I hope you guys all enjoyed the stream. I hope the folks that came over from Cubs fan had a good time there. And maybe you found a new game to like. It is on Epic Games as well as on Steam. I do have an Epic Game creator code, so if you do decide to pick up Satisfactory, then check out the code Joel Duggan. It is a way to help support the stream. You can also follow me on Twitter at Joel Duggan. You can check out things like patreon.com/Joel Duggan to support the stream, or use Prime or Tier 1 subs here on the channel. Tier 1, Prime, and Patreon all go to my Discord. It's a closed Discord, so it's just a core group of really nerdy people doing some fun stuff online, and I really appreciate all the support. You can, of course, listen to the Spawnchunks podcast on thespawnchunks.com. You can listen to the Citadel Cafe podcast at thecitadelcafe.com. Both of those are free. Citadel Cafe is what I'm going to go record in about an hour with my friend Steven, so that's going to be fun. And last but not least, just be here the next time you want to watch someone stream. It's something I do pretty regularly. I do Minecraft on weekends. The schedule is on the Twitch page. And in the Discord, I let people know ahead of time what I'm doing. So, yeah, things have been going very well. I'm hoping you're having a great day. I got to run. We're going to pass you on to somebody else playing probably Satisfactory. If not, then at least Minecraft. And I'll catch you all next time. Hopefully that is Friday at the latest, but we'll see if I can squeeze something in. But very likely on Friday, which is my regular stream. See you then. Bye for now.